Chapter 694. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, "Yi Tianhua, if we let you go, we'll never be able to find you." At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued to speak. "Yi Tianhua, you wish, but unfortunately, if you don't agree to our conditions today, I will definitely not let you go." Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Zhong Chunren, do you think that you can stop me with just the few of you?" Hearing this, Zhong Chunren immediately took out the thunderbolt pill and shouted sternly, "Yi Tianhua, you can try. Let's see if we can stop you with just the few of us." Seeing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly took out the thunderbolt pill and shouted, "Yi Tianhua, if you dare to leave, don't blame us for being impolite." Shui Zhijing saw that everyone was about to fight again. He quickly turned his head to look at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, "Yi Tianhua, why don't you agree to our conditions? Do you really want to deal with our South County's secret thunder sect?" Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. "Hallmaster Shui, I've already said that I can't give you an answer before I investigate this matter clearly." At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, "Hallmaster Shui, I can assure you that the reason I left is definitely not to slip away. I really want to investigate this matter and see what the problem is so that I can give you an answer." As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, before Shui Zhijing could answer, Zhong Chunren spoke first. "Yi Tianhua, don't quibble. If you really want to solve this matter, you will definitely agree to our conditions. Now that you don't even agree to our conditions, it means that you don't want to agree to our conditions. You just want to slip away and secretly deal with our South County's Tanlei sect." Yi Tianhua shook his head. "Zhong Chunren, the reason why I can't agree to your conditions is because I want to go back and investigate this matter to see where the problem lies. But on the other hand, your conditions are too high. I can't agree to your conditions." Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he laughed bitterly and continued to speak. "Zhong Chunren, you want 1 million gold coins and 5 years of free information. Yuan Weiqing wants 2 million gold coins, so the two of you add up to 3 million gold coins, and 5 years of free information. So many gold coins and 5 years of free information. Even if I want to promise you, where am I going to find so many gold coins?" At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, "Zhong Chunren, if your conditions weren't so harsh, I think I would have agreed on the account of our two sects. However, your conditions are too harsh. Even if I were to go bankrupt, I wouldn't be able to do this." After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Shui Zhijing sighed in his heart. He knew very well that Yi Tianhua was right. If Yi Tianhua agreed to Zhong Chunren's conditions, he would probably take out all his wealth, but it would definitely not be enough. The reason why Shui Zhijing was hesitant was because he knew very well that he understood Yi Tianhua's difficulties. If it were him, he would definitely not agree. However, after hearing Zhong Chunren and Yuan Weiqing's words, Shui Zhijing felt that he had to make Yi Tianhua agree. Otherwise, if Yi Tianhua really had ill intentions towards the South County's Tanlei sect, it would be too late to regret it. Just as Shui Zhijing was sighing, Zhong Chunren sneered and said, "Yi Tianhua, who would believe your words? It's only 3 million gold coins. Even if you can't take it out, can't you borrow it?" Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. "Yi Tianhua, if you agree to borrow it, I can give you a chance. As long as you write a written agreement, then we'll go with you. When you give us all the gold coins in the future, we'll naturally let you go. Yi Tianhua, what do you think?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, he immediately frowned. After a while, he slowly said, "Zhong Chunren, do you think that even if I borrow it, it's possible for me to borrow 3 million gold coins?" Zhong Chunren nodded. "Definitely. With your status, it's definitely not a problem for you to borrow 3 million gold coins. If you agree, we'll write a written agreement now. What do you think?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying with a bitter smile, "Zhong Chunren, I can't borrow it. Even if I borrow it, it's impossible for me to borrow 3 million gold coins. It's too much. If I really borrow so much gold coins, how can I pay it back? Do I have to pay it back for the rest of my life? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, if you don't want to, then why did you cut off my arm? Why did you use fake news to harm Vice Hall Master Zhong's son, the 2 senior craftsmen of the secret thunder sect in the south region, and the dozen apprentices? Yi Tianhua, you're in trouble now. Have you ever thought about how difficult it is for them? If possible, we'd rather not take your 3 million gold coins than let this happen. Yi Tianhua, if you can make this happen again, then you naturally don't have to agree to our conditions. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua bitterly smiled and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, how is that possible? No one can make this happen again. I know you're all in pain, but I don't want this to happen either. Yuan Weiqing, our South Region Shadow Alliance's information is very strict. It can be said that from the source of the information to the sale of the information, all the steps are sold and checked. There's basically no possibility of a mistake. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. However, under such strict conditions, there's still a mistake. Yuan Weiqing, I need to investigate carefully to see where the problem is. I must find the truth of the matter. I can't let this matter be hidden. Yuan Weiqing, the reason why I went back to investigate is to give you a satisfactory answer. I hope you can understand my difficulties. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he suddenly sneered, Yi Tianhua, you said that this matter is very strange and you need to investigate before you can give me an answer. I understand you. However, I want to ask, is the injury on my arm very strange to you? Is it also very complicated? Do I need you to go back and investigate? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, he snorted coldly and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, don't lie to us. You clearly don't want to agree to our conditions and want to take the opportunity to slip away, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua's expression suddenly changed and he frowned. Yuan Weiqing, don't worry. I won't take the opportunity to slip away. When I investigate this matter, I'll definitely give you an answer. Just as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, Zhong Chunren shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, if you really want to go back and investigate this matter, why don't you agree to Yuan Weiqing's conditions? Do you also need to go back and investigate the injury on his arm? After hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua knew that he couldn't avoid it. He could only sigh and turn to look at Yuan Weiqing, saying slowly, Yuan Weiqing, regarding the injury on your arm, I don't want to take responsibility because you were the one who attacked me first. No matter what your reason was, you were the one who attacked me first. I had no choice but to retaliate. It's just that I used too much force and injured you. Yuan Weiqing, don't blame me for this. If you didn't attack me, I wouldn't have been able to hurt you. So, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for trying to attack me and injuring yourself. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was instantly enraged. He said sternly, Yi Tianhua, I already said that I only wanted to capture you. I didn't really want to hurt you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have attacked you when I knew that your martial arts were higher than mine. Yi Tianhua, this wasn't a sneak attack. We were fighting. How can my attack be considered a sneak attack? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, since you admit that we were fighting, then since it was a fight, I shouldn't be responsible for the injury on your arm, right? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was instantly enraged. He shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, don't tell me that you want to leave without doing anything after injuring me. Let me tell you, you're dreaming. I definitely won't agree to it. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, this isn't a matter of whether you agree or not. This is the truth. Even if you don't agree, this is still the truth. Unless you can change the truth, I will only agree to it. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, I didn't blame you for using the Thunderbolt pill to ambush me, but you ambushed me and got injured by me instead. Now you want me to compensate you? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and said angrily, Yi Tianhua, if you had agreed to our deputy hall leader Zhong's conditions, this wouldn't have happened. There wouldn't have been a fight between us. I'm afraid that we would have left by now. Speaking up to this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, in the end, it's all your fault. Yi Tianhua, if you hadn't agreed to deputy hall leader Zhong's conditions, we wouldn't have fought and we wouldn't have used the thunderbolt pill to attack you. Yi Tianhua, this is all your fault. It's because of you that my arm was cut off. You have to compensate me. Otherwise, I definitely won't agree to it. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I still stand by what I said just now. If you hadn't attacked me, you wouldn't have been injured. Therefore, I won't take responsibility for this. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, if you hadn't agreed to our conditions, do you think that you would have been able to leave today? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua looked up to the sky and laughed. Yuan Weiqing, you're no match for me. Do you really think that you can stop me with just the few of you? Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing without waiting for Yuan Weiqing's reply. I'm not boasting, but in the South County, there are only a few people who can stop me, but, Yi Tianhua turned his head and looked coldly at Yuan Weiqing. He sneered and said, but, you're definitely not among those who can stop me. Although Yi Tianhua's tone was cold, Yuan Weiqing wasn't afraid at all. He shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you're good at martial arts? Speaking up to this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and snorted coldly before continuing. Yi Tianhua, I'm telling you, that's impossible. You won't be able to escape from our joint attack. Moreover, we have the thunderbolt pill. Yi Tianhua, do you really think that you can escape from our thunderclap balls? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua glanced at the thunderbolt pill in Yuan Weiqing's hand and said flatly, Yuan Weiqing, I admit that your thunderbolt pill is powerful, but I wasn't prepared for it earlier. Now that I'm prepared, do you think that you can hurt me that easily? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. Yi Tianhua, don't boast. Under the attack of our thunderbolt pills, no one can escape. No matter how high your martial arts are, you will never be able to escape from our attacks. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua let out a long breath and said indifferently, Yuan Weiqing, do you want to try and see if I can escape? Yuan Weiqing smiled coldly and nodded. That's right, Yi Tianhua. I really want to try and see if you can escape from our thunderbolt pill. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua nodded and slowly raised the long sword in his hand. He said flatly, Yuan Weiqing, since you want to try, I'll make an exception today and show you the true meaning of swordsmanship. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. He thought to himself, could it be that Yi Tianhua didn't use his full strength in the battle just now? If that was the case, then Yi Tianhua's martial arts were too terrifying. Thinking up to this point, Yuan Weiqing felt weak for the first time. Just as Yuan Weiqing was hesitating, Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, don't be so arrogant. I admit that your martial arts are powerful and we might not be your match. Even if we have the thunderbolt pill, we might not be able to keep you here, but... Chapter 695. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before laughing coldly. Zhong Chunren, do you have any more powerful firearms? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to reply. He scoffed and continued without waiting for Zhong Chunren's reply. Zhong Chunren, even if you have more powerful firearms, I'm afraid you won't be able to hurt me. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, even if we don't use firearms, you won't dare to leave. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and turned his head to the side before continuing. Yi Tianhua, don't forget that An Hongda and Du Wudai are still here. If you leave now, don't tell me you're going to ignore them. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing was overjoyed and laughed coldly. That's right, Yi Tianhua. If you dare to leave, don't blame us for not going easy on An Hongda and Du Wudai. Hearing their words, Yi Tianhua was shocked and asked with a trembling voice, Zhong Chunren, this has nothing to do with them. I hope you can let them go. Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and shook his head, impossible. Unless you agree to our conditions, I won't let them go. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but before Yi Tianhua could reply, he snorted coldly and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, unless you can take them away, you better agree to our conditions. Otherwise, even if you run, Hongda and Du Wudai won't be able to escape from our hands. Yuan Weiqing laughed loudly. Yi Tianhua, if you know what's good for you, you'd better agree to our conditions. Otherwise, I'll make a move on them right now. When that happens, don't blame me for being cruel, haha. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua clenched his teeth. He was reluctant to leave because he was worried about Hongda and Du Wudai. He was afraid that Zhong Chunren and the others would harm them. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, why do you have to do this? I didn't say that I wouldn't agree to your conditions. Why do you have to do this? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Zhong Chunren, I will definitely solve your problem for you, but you have to give me some time. Let me go back to investigate and find out what the problem is. That way, I can give you a satisfactory answer. But if you don't let me go, how can I find out the truth of the matter? Zhong Chunren, our sects have no grudges against each other. There's no need to make this situation worse. If you let me go, I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. What do you think? Zhong Chunren laughed and shook his head. No, unless you agree to my conditions. Or else, I won't let you go. Yuan Weiqing shouted from the side. Yes, and me. If you don't agree to my conditions, we won't let you go either. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, you were the one who attacked me first. I didn't expect you to be injured because of this. You actually want me to compensate you. Yuan Weiqing, aren't you being a little too whimsical? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, don't be so arrogant. I'm not arguing with you right now. I want you to agree to my terms. It doesn't matter if I ambushed you or not, you have to agree to my terms. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, Hongda and Du Wudai are now in our hands. If you don't agree, don't blame us for attacking them. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua laughed bitterly. Yuan Weiqing, why do you have to do this? You were clearly in the wrong first. Why do you always want me to compensate you? If we're like you, we only have to go out and fight the enemy. Once the enemy is injured, we have to compensate. How are we going to fight the enemy in the future? When Zhong Chunren heard this, he was instantly enraged and yelled, Yi Tianhua, what do you mean? How did Yuan Weiqing get injured? Is he the kind of person you're talking about? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, the reason why Yuan Weiqing is injured is mainly because of you. If you agreed to my conditions earlier, Yuan Weiqing wouldn't have been injured. In the end, this is all your fault. Now that Yuan Weiqing is so seriously injured, if he doesn't look for you, who else can he look for? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, you're wrong. At that time, I was already battered and exhausted, but Yuan Weiqing still launched a sneak attack on me. He definitely didn't want to restrain me, he wanted to injure me. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. If Yuan Weiqing's sneak attack was successful, then the person who was injured now would be me. Perhaps my injuries are even more serious than Yuan Weiqing's. If that happened, Zhong Chunren, would you say the same thing? Zhong Chunren nodded and said with a cold smile, Yi Tianhua, the cause of this matter is your South County Shadow Alliance. If it wasn't for your South County Shadow Alliance selling fake information, this wouldn't have happened. My son wouldn't have been killed by the snow leopard. Also, the 2 senior craftsmen of our South County Secret Thunder sect and the dozen or so apprentices wouldn't have been killed because of this. Yi Tianhua, it doesn't matter if you sold fake information, but you harmed so many people. Most importantly, you still don't know how to repent and are still desperately trying to quibble. Yi Tianhua, you have to compensate us now. Otherwise, I won't agree. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. As for Yuan Weiqing's problem, do you think that we can just let it go like this? Compete. Yi Tianhua, you're dreaming. If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't want to agree to our conditions and wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, Yuan Weiqing wouldn't have attacked you at this time. Yi Tianhua, you have to be responsible for Yuan Weiqing's matter. He didn't mean to hurt you. He just wanted to restrain you. If Yuan Weiqing really wanted to hurt you, as long as he kept throwing thunderbolt pills at you, I believe that no matter how high your martial arts are, you might not be able to escape. Yi Tianhua, don't you understand? Yuan Weiqing didn't want to hurt you with thunderbolt pills. He wanted to restrain you and make you agree to my conditions. But what about you? You took the opportunity to injure Yuan Weiqing so severely. Yi Tianhua, what are you thinking? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, no matter what you say, Yuan Weiqing was wrong first. I won't take responsibility. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused and pointed at An Hongda and Du Wubao in the distance. He then continued, Zhong Chunren, according to what you said, shouldn't the two of them be asking for compensation from you? Because the two of them were injured by you. More importantly, they have nothing to do with this matter. You injured them purely by accident. Speaking of which, shouldn't we talk about the issue of compensating them first? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, the two of them brought this upon themselves. If you agreed to our conditions earlier, everyone wouldn't have to attack. Yi Tianhua, am I right? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer and continued with a sneer. Yi Tianhua, I advise you to quickly agree to our conditions. Otherwise, we won't let you go. Even if you escape this time, do you think you'll be fine? Yi Tianhua, this is impossible. You harmed my son, Zhong Huasheng, and the two senior craftsmen of the secret Thunder sect in the South region. Do you think it's possible for you to just leave like this? Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, is this what you're doing? If you dare to leave here today, I promise you that I won't let any of you from the Shadow Alliance go. I'll kill them all. Yi Tianhua, do you believe me? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua was shocked. He subconsciously glanced at the injured An Hongda and Du Wudai in the distance and was shocked. He could now see that Zhong Chunren might have gone crazy. If he really left here, Zhong Chunren might really do such a thing. Yi Tianhua looked at a few of his own people in the distance. Other than An Hongda and Du Wudai, there were also their 3 disciples who were lying there unconscious. If he left, would the 5 of them be plotted against by Zhong Chunren and the others? Yi Tianhua didn't dare to try his luck because these people in front of him were his brothers and disciples. He didn't want to use these people to try his luck. If they were really unlucky, they would die because of this. If that was the case, Yi Tianhua would regret it for the rest of his life. Moreover, An Hongda and Du Wudai were here to help him this time. If he left first and let the 2 helpers die, once this matter spread, he wouldn't be able to face anyone for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua sighed and turned to look at Zhong Chunren. He said slowly, Zhong Chunren, for so many years, our Shadow Alliance and your secret Thunder sect have never interfered with each other. We've always done business normally and had normal dealings. No one has offended each other. But what's going on this time? Why did this happen? Why is there a snow leopard on Qingling Mountain? Zhong Chunren, tell me, what's going on? Why did this happen? Our Shadow Alliance has been selling information in the South County for so many years, but there has never been such a problem. Our system of selling information is very strict. It can even be said that it's impossible for fake information to appear. But now, it has appeared. Zhong Chunren, can you tell me what's going on? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, you don't have to put on an act. You were the one who planned this, so why are you still putting on an act? Yi Tianhua, we've already seen through your plan. If you're still lying, do you think we're fools? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, just as you said, the system of selling information in the South County Shadow Alliance is very strict. It's almost impossible for fake information to appear. It's because of this that I suspect you, Yi Tianhua. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, because in the entire South County Shadow Alliance, you're the only one who can sell fake information without being controlled by these systems. Yi Tianhua, you're the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance, so naturally, you won't be controlled by these rules. It's probably not easy for others to sell fake information, or even impossible. However, it's too easy for you to sell fake information. It's simply too easy. Yi Tianhua, it's precisely because of this that I suspect you. I suspect that you want to harm our South County Tanlei sect, so you sold us such fake information. You want to destroy the high-level craftsmen of our South County Tanlei sect. Then, after our strength is weakened, you'll make a move on our South County Tanlei sect. Yi Tianhua, am I right? Is this your overall plan? Yi Tianhua stared blankly at Zhong Chunren. After a long while, he slowly sighed. Zhong Chunren, I really have nothing to say to you. I really admire you for being able to connect so many things to what happened on Qingling Mountain. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, but unfortunately, Zhong Chunren, all of this is your guess. In other words, what you said is all fake. Zhong Chunren, let me tell you, none of the things you said are true. I don't even know what's going on with the snow leopard on Qingling Mountain. How could I use this matter to frame your South County's Tanlei sect? Zhong Chunren is just an accident. It can even be said that our South County Shadow Alliance has nothing to do with this accident. As for the reason behind it, I can only give you a satisfactory answer after I go back and investigate it thoroughly. That's right. Zhong Chunren, I can only swear to you now that I definitely didn't do this because we have a reason to do this. We have no enmity between us, so why would we do such a ruthless thing? Zhong Chunren, let's talk about it. Let me go back. I'll definitely investigate this matter and see what the reason is. Most importantly, I want to see who has such a ruthless heart to want to harm your son, Zhong Huasheng, the 10 high-level craftsmen of your South County Tanlei sect, and the apprentices. Chapter 696. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, don't lie to me anymore. I know you want to sneak away. What's your purpose? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, if you want to prove that what you just said is true, then you have to agree to my conditions now. When the time comes, I will naturally believe that you are telling the truth. Yi Tianhua, do you dare to agree? Yuan Weiqing also shouted, Yi Tianhua, do you dare to agree? If you dare to agree, then we will naturally believe you. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, Yi Tianhua, if you don't agree, it means that what Vice Hall Master Zhong guessed just now is true. You just want to sneak away and think of a way to assassinate us when you get back. Yi Tianhua, you'd better agree to our conditions quickly. After hearing their words, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhong Chunren, although I really want to agree, your conditions are too harsh. If you only want 500,000 gold coins, then I will gather the money and give it to you. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Zhong Chunren's reply and continued to speak. But you actually want 3 million gold coins. Zhong Chunren, where am I going to find 3 million gold coins? Aren't you making things difficult for me? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I'm not making things difficult for you. I've already given you many choices. If you agree to any of them, I can let you go. However, you harmed my son and 2 senior craftsmen of the secret Thunder sect in the South region. You actually want me to let you go without any conditions? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, impossible, Yi Tianhua. If this happened to you, you wouldn't agree either. Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, if it were me, I wouldn't ask for such harsh conditions. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, Yi Tianhua, is what you said true? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, someone harmed your son on purpose. Do you think you can let them go just because of a simple condition? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. If he did it on purpose, of course we can't let him off so easily. But if it was unintentional, then this matter can be discussed. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, my son was harmed by you. Now you don't want to agree to my condition. Tell me, I admire you. What should I do? Yi Tianhua sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think the most important thing we should do now is to investigate this matter thoroughly and find out where the problem lies. Only then can we make a judgment. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, when you said you were going back to investigate, I already know that you were lying to me. You want to sneak back and find a chance to deal with us. Once you've dealt with us, you naturally won't have to agree to our conditions. Yi Tianhua, am I right? Yi Tianhua shook his head. No, Zhong Chunren, how could I do such a thing? I'm going back this time to investigate this matter. I definitely won't lie to you. Don't worry, once I investigate this matter thoroughly, I'll naturally give you a satisfactory answer. I won't let you lose out. Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, at the end of the day, you just want to leave. But let me tell you, you can't leave. Unless you agree to our conditions today, we definitely won't let you leave. Yuan Weiqing shouted from the side, Yi Tianhua, hurry up and agree to our conditions, and we can still let you leave. If you don't agree, HMPH. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua was angry. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and said coldly, Yuan Weiqing, do you think you have the right to say that? Yuan Weiqing, if I want to leave, do you think you can stop me? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression changed, but it was only for a moment before it returned to normal. Yi Tianhua, you don't have to scare me. I admit that I definitely can't stop you, but do you think I'm the only one here? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Yi Tianhua, our Hall Master Shui is also here today. If you want to leave, you're dreaming. I advise you to quickly agree to our Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions. Otherwise, it'll be too late to regret it. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Shui Zhijing and sighed. Hall Master Shui, you saw what happened today. It definitely has nothing to do with me, so I hope that you can let me leave and let me go back to investigate this matter. What do you think? Shui Zhijing shook his head. Yi Tianhua, now that things have come to this, I have nothing to say. At this point, Shui Zhijing paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, I have to admit that Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. If I let you leave like this, if you go back and want to deal with our South County's secret Thunder Sect, it'll be too late to regret it. So, I think you should agree to our conditions. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua could not help but frown and said in a low voice, Hall Master Shui, you heard their conditions just now. You also heard what I said. Don't you think that their conditions are too harsh? Hall Master Shui, how can I agree to such conditions? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Shui Zhijing sighed. Yi Tianhua, you can talk to them and lower the conditions, but you absolutely can't not agree to our conditions and leave like this. Yi Tianhua, do you understand what I mean? Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua nodded, then turned to look at Zhong Chunren and smiled. Vice Hall Master Zhong, you heard what Hall Master Shui said. Can you lower the conditions a little? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren turned to look at Shui Zhijing and nodded slowly. Since Hall Master Shui has spoken, then I'll listen to him this time. Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, 1 million gold coins and 3 years of free information, what do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua's frown deepened. After a long silence, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, the conditions are still a little too high. Where can I find 1 million gold coins for you? And 3 years of free information, I still can't agree to that. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, then continued, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I hope you can lower the conditions a little so that I can agree to your condition. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, are my conditions too high? In the past, it was 500,000 gold coins and 5 years of free information. You don't think that's possible? Now, I want more gold coins and less free information. Is that not possible? Yi Tianhua shook his head and smiled bitterly. Zhong Chunren, can you only ask for gold coins and not free information? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sighed. Sure, then 3 million gold coins at a time. As long as you agree, I won't ask for free information. 3 million gold coins? Hearing this number, Yi Tianhua sighed inwardly and said slowly, Vice Hall Master Zhong, don't you think that 3 million gold coins is a little too much? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, 3 million gold coins is my limit. If you want to bargain, then it means that you don't want to agree to my conditions. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and turned to Xue Zhizheng. Hall Master Xue, don't you think this condition is a little too high? Can I trouble you to ask Vice Hall Master Zhong to lower the conditions a little? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. He turned to Zhong Chunren and asked in a low voice, Zhong Chunren, can you reduce the number of gold coins a bit? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment before nodding. Sure, Hall Master Xue. Since you've asked, I'll naturally agree. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Yi Tianhua before continuing. Yi Tianhua, since Hall Master Xue has spoken, then I can lower the price a little. 2,800,000 gold coins. If you agree, then we'll forget about our matter, 2,800,000 gold coins. Hearing this number, Yi Tianhua sighed again. Vice Hall Master Zhong, isn't this still a little too much? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Zhong Chunren's reply and continued to speak. Vice Hall Master Zhong, how about this? 1 million gold coins. If you agree, I'll immediately agree to your conditions. What do you think? 1 million gold coins? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, if you only want to take out 1 million gold coins, that's fine. However, I can only use free information in exchange for the remaining 2 million gold coins. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth. Vice Hall Master Zhong, although your son was killed by the snow leopard in this incident, isn't 1 million gold coins enough? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, if I use 1 million gold coins in exchange for your son, will you agree? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, I'll answer for you. You won't. Even if I give you 3 million gold coins, you won't agree. Since you won't agree, Yi Tianhua, what makes you think that 1 million gold coins can be exchanged for my Huasheng? Yuan Weiqing also shouted from the side. Yi Tianhua, even if you give us 3 million gold coins, our Vice Hall Master Zhong won't be willing to lose his son, Huasheng. If it weren't for Hall Master Xue, we wouldn't agree even if you gave us 3 million gold coins. If Hall Master Xue wants to keep the peace, then we'll listen to him. As long as you give us 3 million gold coins, we'll forget about Vice Hall Master Zhong. Yi Tianhua, don't tell me you still don't agree. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I don't agree, but you're asking for too much. Where do you want me to find so many gold coins for you? After hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Yuan Weiqing suddenly laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, didn't our Vice Hall Master Zhong already say that you can borrow from others? If you don't have anyone to borrow from, we can help you find someone to borrow from. As long as you agree to my conditions, gold coins won't be a problem. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, if I really borrow these 3 million gold coins, how should I pay it back? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Yi Tianhua, this has nothing to do with us. So what if you hurt our Vice Hall Master Zhong's son? Since you did something wrong, you must be punished. And these 3 million gold coins are your repentance for the wrong thing you did. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth. He was furious, but after thinking about it, he sighed and suppressed the anger in his heart. He slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, I've said it many times. I don't know about this matter. I really have nothing to do with it. Whether the information sold to you by the South County Shadow Alliance is fake or not, it has nothing to do with me. I don't know why this happened. Yuan Weiqing, if you want to know the truth, you can only wait until I go back and investigate this matter. Only then will we know what the problem is. Yuan Weiqing, haven't I made it clear enough? This matter has nothing to do with me. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, then tell me. If this matter has nothing to do with you, then who does it have to do with? Does it have to do with us? Yi Tianhua sighed. I don't know what's going on either. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Our South County Shadow Alliance has strict rules when selling information. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be easy to make mistakes. It can even be said that there shouldn't be any mistakes. However, why would such a problem occur? I'm also suspicious. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, are you suspecting our South County secret thunder sect? Chapter 697. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, there's definitely no problem with the secret thunder sect of the South County. It must be the problem with the Shadow Alliance of the South County. There's no mistake about this, right? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, the Shadow Alliance of the South County has a strict system. It's almost impossible to sell fake information. Since it's impossible, then tell me, how could there be a problem with the Shadow Alliance of the South County? Yuan Weiqing sneered and pointed at Yi Tianhua. He said loudly, Yi Tianhua, although the Shadow Alliance of the South County has a strict system, the system can't control you. It's easy for you to sell fake information. Yi Tianhua, am I right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, I won't sell fake information. Also, let me tell you, do you think it's that easy for me to sell fake information? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. The information sold by the South County Alliance is all delivered by special people. No one else can deliver the information. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, I'm one of them. Do you understand? Even I can't sell information to the outside world. Therefore, the assumption you mentioned doesn't exist, and I can't sell fake information. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren spoke first. Yi Tianhua, it's because the Shadow Alliance of the South County has a strict system that you're the only one who can sell fake information. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. If other people want to sell information, they need to go through layers of reviews. Only you can easily sell information without any reviews. Yi Tianhua, although the rules say that you can't sell information, if you do, who will know? Even if someone investigates, you can make a fake file to prove your matter. Yi Tianhua, stop saying that it's impossible for you to sell information. If you want to sell information, it's much easier than anyone else. And this fake news about Green Spike Mountain was definitely sold by you. Otherwise, with such a strict system, how could it be possible to sell fake information? Yi Tianhua, everything you said is fake, and you were the one who sold this information. Yi Tianhua, do you still want to argue? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned and said in a deep voice, Zhong Chunren, according to what you said, this could also be your doing. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Zhong Chunren's reply and continued to speak. Zhong Chunren, it's too easy for your South County's secret thunder sect to fake this. The information we sold you is indeed true, and there is indeed no snow leopard on Green Spike Mountain. However, you faked this information to deceive me. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment before he angrily said, Yi Tianhua, you're talking nonsense. Why would we create fake news? Do you think we're greedy for your 1 million gold coins? Yi Tianhua, stop dreaming. Do you think I'll harm my son for that 1 million gold coins? Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, I only have one son, Huasheng. Even if you give me 3 million gold coins or 10 million gold coins, I won't exchange it for Huasheng, let alone 1 million gold coins. Also, do you know what an advanced craftsman means to our South County's secret thunder sect? Yi Tianhua, you don't understand. We've lost too much this time, but you dare to say that we're faking it. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, if you don't agree to my conditions, I won't let you leave today. Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, Yi Tianhua, if you don't agree to our conditions today, don't blame us for being impolite. Yi Tianhua turned to look at Xue Zhizhing and said with a bitter smile, Hallmaster Xue, I wanted to talk to them nicely, but look at them. Why do they look like they're talking nicely? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Hallmaster Xue, I really don't want our two factions to fight. That's why I've been discussing with you all this time. But if you really don't agree, Hallmaster Xue, then I can't do anything. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, before Xue Zhizhing could speak, Yuan Weiqing had already said, Yi Tianhua, you said that we're not talking nicely. Can you blame us? If you agreed to our conditions, why would we talk nonsense with you? It's all your fault. Why didn't you agree to our conditions? Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, no matter what, I just want to tell you that I really can't fulfill such a high condition that you've given me. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizhing frowned and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, then tell me, what conditions can you agree to? Hearing Xue Zhizhing's question, Yi Tianhua frowned and hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Hallmaster Xue, I can't agree to Vice Hallmaster Zhong's condition of 3 million gold coins. I don't have that much gold coins. If it's 1 million gold coins, I can gather them and maybe I can satisfy your conditions. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizhing sighed inwardly. He turned to Zhong Chunren and asked in a deep voice, Zhong Chunren, did you hear Yi Tianhua's words? How do you feel about 1 million gold coins? Hearing Xue Zhizhing's question, Zhong Chunren shook his head, Hallmaster Xue, don't you think that 1 million gold coins is too little? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhizhing's answer. Hallmaster Xue, we've lost so much, and Yi Tianhua only wants to give us 1 million gold coins. Do you think that's enough? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren lowered his voice and continued, Hallmaster Xue, did you forget what we just said? The reason why we asked for so many conditions is that on one hand, we want to be compensated, and on the other hand, aren't we buying time for our secret thunder sect? Yi Tianhua has ulterior motives, we have to guard against him. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizhing was stunned. Only then did he remember what he said to Zhong Chunren. If what he said was true, then in order to restrain Yi Tianhua, he really had to ask for more. If it was only 1 million gold coins, Yi Tianhua only needed to gather some gold coins. However, if things were really as Zhong Chunren said, wouldn't it be terrible? If he let Yi Tianhua go, there would be endless trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizhing hesitated again. Seeing this, Zhong Chunren quickly lowered his voice and said, Hallmaster Xue, don't hesitate anymore. We must make Yi Tianhua agree to our conditions. Only by doing this can we buy time for the secret thunder sect in the South County. If we guessed wrong, we naturally won't do anything to Yi Tianhua. But if we guessed right, at least we have a way to deal with it and won't put our secret thunder sect in danger. Hearing this, Xue Zhizhing gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you on this matter. Hearing Xue Zhizhing's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered. He then turned to look at Yi Tianhua and shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, you'd better agree to our conditions quickly. If you don't blame us for attacking you. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua hurriedly turned to look at Zhong Chunren and asked loudly, Hallmaster Xue, what do you think of my conditions? Do you agree? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizhing shook his head with a bitter smile. Yi Tianhua, our losses this time are too serious. Vice Hallmaster Zhong lost his only son, Zhong Huasheng, and our secret thunder sect lost 2 senior craftsmen and more than a dozen apprentices. I'm afraid that 1 million gold coins can't make up for such a serious loss. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizhing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Yi Tianhua, I think you'd better agree. Otherwise, we won't be able to talk when we go back. Hearing Xue Zhizhing's answer, Yi Tianhua frowned and said loudly, Hallmaster Xue, we don't know what the problem is. How can I take out so many gold coins to compensate you? Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, But then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to answer him. Hall Master Xue, I think it's better for me to go back and investigate. After I investigate this matter, if it really happened on the side of our Shadow Alliance, I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. Hall Master Xue, what do you think? As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, before Xue Zhizheng could answer, Zhong Chunren shouted, Yi Tianhua, you don't have to act anymore. We already know what you're thinking. There's no point in continuing to act. I advise you to quickly agree to our conditions. Otherwise, we definitely won't let you go today. Xue Zhizheng also sighed, Yi Tianhua, I think you should agree. We have no choice. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua frowned, Hall Master Xue, where do you want me to get so many gold coins for you? Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, this is very simple. You can promise us free information for 5 years. This way, you can only take out 500,000 gold coins. No. As soon as Zhong Chunren finished speaking, Yi Tianhua flatly refused, this definitely won't do. If I give you 5 years of free information, what if you want to harm our Shadow Alliance? Wouldn't we be in trouble? Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered again, Yi Tianhua, since you don't agree, then give me 3 million gold coins and this matter can be considered over. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and said, Zhong Chunren, where do you want me to find 3 million gold coins for you? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren shook his head, Yi Tianhua, I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you have 3 million gold coins, you can borrow them. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Yi Tianhua, for example, you can borrow from various sects. I believe that with your face, borrowing 3 million gold coins is definitely not a problem, right? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua hurriedly shook his head, how can I do that? How can I borrow so many gold coins from others? If I can't pay it back, wouldn't my reputation be ruined? Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, don't talk nonsense. How can you not pay back 3 million gold coins? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and sneered before continuing, Yi Tianhua, don't forget, it's not just 3 million gold coins. There's also my 2 million gold coins. Do you want to borrow them too? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua's expression changed drastically. He stared at Xue Zhizheng and asked loudly, Hall Master Xue, do you want me to borrow 5 million gold coins? Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng sighed, Yi Tianhua, if you don't have 5 million gold coins, then you can only borrow it. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's answer, Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth for a moment before suddenly laughing out loud. After his laughter subsided, he shouted sternly, I understand now. You don't want to negotiate with me sincerely. You're just making things difficult for me. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng before continuing, Hall Master Xue, am I right? Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng shook his head, Yi Tianhua, we're not making things difficult for you. It's just that you've caused too much damage to us. With so much damage, if you don't compensate us, it won't be right. Yi Tianhua, I think you should think of a way to borrow these gold coins. Zhong Chunren also shouted from the side, Yi Tianhua, I believe that you're sincere. Borrowing 5 million gold coins is definitely not a problem. Yi Tianhua, let's see if you're sincere now. Hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua was so angry that the veins on his forehead popped and his teeth chattered. After a while, he finally calmed himself down and asked loudly, Zhong Chunren, your son's matter clearly has nothing to do with us, yet you want so much gold coins. What's your motive? This is simply unreasonable. Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, what motive? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he snorted and continued. Yi Tianhua, shouldn't you be asking yourself this question? Chapter 698. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua said angrily, Zhong Chunren, I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with me. What's the use of looking for me? Zhong Chunren sneered when he heard this, Yi Tianhua, if you didn't sell us fake information, my son wouldn't have been killed by the snow leopard. If you didn't deliberately frame our South County's Tanlei sect, We wouldn't have lost 2 senior craftsmen and more than a dozen apprentices. Did they offend you, Yi Tianhua? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, he snorted and continued. Yi Tianhua, you'd better not quibble anymore. If you know what's good for you, quickly agree to our conditions and we can let you go easily. If you don't agree, then don't blame us for being impolite. Yuan Weiqing also shouted, Vice Hall Master Zhong, why are you still wasting time with him? Can't you see that Yi Tianhua doesn't want to agree to our conditions? That's why he wants to leave. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, Vice Hall Master Zhong, you must not let Yi Tianhua leave. Otherwise, he will definitely harm our South County's Tanlei sect. At that time, it will be too late for us to regret it. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth and turned to look at Yi Tianhua. He shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, I'll ask you again. Do you agree to my conditions or not? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhong Chunren, I've already said that I really don't know about the snow leopard on Qingling Mountain. Naturally, I can't agree to anything. In addition, your conditions are too high. I really can't agree to them. 5 million gold coins, no matter what, I can't take out that much gold coins. Even if I borrow them, I'm afraid I can't borrow so many gold coins. Zhong Chunren, if your conditions can be lower, I can guarantee that I will agree. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing hurriedly turned to Zhong Chunren and said in a low voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think you should lower your conditions. The conditions just now were a bit too high. I think it's not only Yi Tianhua who can't afford it, but everyone else can't. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren hesitated for a moment before nodding. He turned to look at Xue Zhijing and asked in a low voice, Hall Master Xue, in your opinion, what should we ask for? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing was stunned. He didn't expect Zhong Chunren to let him decide the content of the conditions. To be honest, Xue Zhijing had never thought about this problem. However, since Zhong Chunren had asked, Xue Zhijing frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he slowly said, Vice Hall Master Zhong, how about this? You need 1 million gold coins, while Yuan Weiqing needs 500,000 gold coins. In this way, Yi Tianhua only needs to fork out 1,500,000 gold coins to solve this problem. I think Yi Tianhua should be satisfied with this amount. No. As soon as Xue Zhijing finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhong Chunren. Hall Master Xue, have you forgotten what we just said? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, the reason why we want him to fork out 5 million gold coins is, on the one hand, it's our compensation. On the other hand, it's to prevent Yi Tianhua from harming our Tanlei sect. Hall Master Xue, if things go according to your plan, we only need to ask Yi Tianhua to fork out 1,500,000 gold coins. Then, I believe that Yi Tianhua should be very satisfied and will agree to our conditions. However, if things are really as we said just now, and Yi Tianhua really has ill intentions towards our Tanlei sect, what should we do? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, if Yi Tianhua has ill intentions towards us, we can find him and ask him face to face. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sighed. Hall Master Xue, this is what I'm most worried about. What if Yi Tianhua leaves this place and we can't find him again? What should we do then? Xue Zhijing frowned when he heard this. It shouldn't be. No matter what, Yi Tianhua is the boss of the Shadow Alliance in the South County. How could he disappear for no reason? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, I can guarantee that if Yi Tianhua really wants to harm us, then... Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhijing's reply. Instead, he coldly snorted and continued. Hall Master Xue, for the safety of our Tanlei sect, we can't let Yi Tianhua leave. Unless Yi Tianhua is willing to agree to our conditions, we won't let him leave. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing sighed. But, aren't our conditions a little too high? Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. If our conditions aren't high, Yi Tianhua will easily agree. Therefore, our conditions can't be low. We must make it so that Yi Tianhua can't agree to us. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Xue Zhijing to answer him, he turned to look at Yi Tianhua and snorted. Yi Tianhua, you'd better not have any fantasies. Hurry up and agree to our conditions. Otherwise, we'll have to make a move. Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua sighed and turned to look at Xue Zhijing. He asked slowly, Hall Master Xue, do you really want to cause a fight between our two sects? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Xue Zhijing sighed in his heart. How could he be willing to cause a fight between the two sects? However, at this point, even if he was unwilling, what could he do? Zhong Chunren was right. If their guess was true, then the Tanlei sect in the South County would be in danger if Yi Tianhua left. However, if it caused a fight between the two sects, it was not something Xue Zhijing wanted to see. Thinking of this, Xue Zhijing sighed and said slowly, Yi Tianhua, now that the evidence is conclusive, why are you still quibbling? Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Hall Master Xue, why don't I understand what you're saying? Why should I quibble when the evidence is conclusive? Hall Master Xue, I'm not sure about this matter. Is there anything wrong with me going back to investigate? In addition, the conditions that Zhong Chunren and Yuan Weiqing put forward are simply whimsical. How can I agree to it? Hall Master Xue, if it were you, would you agree to compensate 5 million gold coins for this matter? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhijing sighed again. Naturally, he would not agree. 5 million gold coins was definitely not a small amount. Even he would have to pay it for a lifetime. However, he had to be wary of Zhong Chunren's words because what he said might be true. Xue Zhijing sighed. Yi Tianhua, your martial arts are so high. Don't tell me you've never thought of leaving this place. Hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Hall Master Xue, this matter has not been settled yet. How can I just leave like this? Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Hall Master Xue, even if I leave, I will have to clear up this matter before I leave. Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Xue Zhijing suddenly remembered Zhong Chunren's words. The reason why Yi Tianhua did not leave immediately and chose to stay here to reason with everyone was because Yi Tianhua wanted to infuriate everyone and then take the opportunity to make a move on everyone. Xue Zhijing had to admit that Zhong Chunren was right. During this period of time, before Xue Zhijing could react, Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan had already suffered heavy injuries. Yuan Weiqing had lost an arm and lost half of his battle strength. Although LV Hushan's injuries were lighter, he had lost almost half of his battle strength. Most importantly, these two people's injuries were practically self-inflicted. It seemed that they could not blame Yi Tianhua. This was the scariest part. Not only that, Yi Tianhua was still trying to reason with everyone. What's more, his reasoning was incessantly infuriating everyone. Even Xue Zhijing himself was injured by Yi Tianhua because he was angered by Yi Tianhua. If this continued, he was afraid that more and more people would be injured. Once he was beaten up by Yi Tianhua until he lost his battle strength, then his side would completely lose the ability to resist. Just as Xue Zhijing was hesitating, Zhong Chunren had already shouted, Yi Tianhua, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and tell us, do you agree to our conditions or not? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I've already said that your conditions are too high. Even if I want to agree, I can't fulfill them. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, I think it's not that you can't fulfill them, but that you don't want to agree to our conditions. Yuan Weiqing shouted, Yi Tianhua, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. If you were willing to agree to our conditions, although 5 million gold coins is a lot, it definitely wouldn't be a problem for you. The reason why you didn't agree is that you have ulterior motives and never thought of agreeing to our conditions. Yi Tianhua, am I right? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua said angrily, Yuan Weiqing, you actually said that 5 million gold coins isn't a lot. Then let me ask you, can you take out 5 million gold coins? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and sneered, Yi Tianhua, how can I compare to you? I'm just a small figure. How can I take out 5 million gold coins? Yi Tianhua, As the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance, it shouldn't be difficult for you to take out 5 million gold coins, right? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, even if I'm the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance, 5 million gold coins isn't a small amount. How can I take it out? Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, that's why I hope that you can lower your conditions and don't make things difficult for me. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I don't believe it. Even if you can't take out 5 million gold coins, you can definitely borrow it. With your status, I believe that it won't be a problem for you to borrow 5 million gold coins. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and sneered before continuing. Unless you don't want to agree to our conditions, you will definitely be able to borrow 5 million gold coins. Yi Tianhua sighed. Even if I can borrow 5 million gold coins, don't tell me that I don't have to pay it back. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him, he continued with some annoyance. Yuan Weiqing, if I borrow 5 million gold coins, I'm afraid that I'll have to work hard for the rest of my life to pay it back. Yuan Weiqing, if it were you, would you be willing? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed. Yi Tianhua, this isn't a matter of whether you're willing or not. Since you've done something wrong, you have to compensate us. Yi Tianhua, if you didn't do anything wrong, how could you compensate us? So, no matter what, you have to think of a way to borrow 5 million gold coins. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he looked at his broken arm and said dejectedly. Yi Tianhua, you said that your 5 million gold coins would take a long time, but don't forget that you've destroyed all my martial arts and my broken arm. From now on, I'm a cripple. Without these 2 million gold coins, how do you expect me to continue living? Yi Tianhua, also, about our Vice Hall Master Zhong. He only has one son, but because of your fake news, he lost his son. Have you ever thought about what he's going to do for the rest of his life? Without his son to accompany him, do you know how hard it is for him? Yi Tianhua, you don't know anything. You only have 5 million gold coins in your eyes. You only know how painful it is to pay back those 5 million gold coins, but do you know our pain? Yi Tianhua, our pain is 100 times worse than yours. If it's possible, I'd rather exchange places with you and let you have a taste of your broken arm, let you have a taste of losing your only son. Yi Tianhua, are you willing? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren also shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, Yuan Weiqing is right. You attacked us for your own benefit. Is it wrong for us to ask you for 5 million gold coins as compensation? Yi Tianhua, I advise you to quickly agree to our terms. Otherwise, when we make our move, don't blame us for being ruthless. Hearing Zhong Chunren and Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua also sighed inwardly. Yi Tianhua knew that what the two of them said was true. Yuan Weiqing had lost his arm and was now a cripple, unable to practice martial arts anymore. Zhong Chunren had lost his only son, Zhong Huasheng, and would spend the rest of his life in loneliness. Yi Tianhua understood this pain very well. Chapter 699. Although Yi Tianhua understood Zhong Chunren and Yuan Weiqing, it didn't mean that he would agree to their conditions. Zhong Chunren's conditions were too harsh. Not only did he want a large amount of gold coins, but he also wanted 5 years of free information. This was something that Yi Tianhua would never agree to. Furthermore, Yuan Weiqing's condition was something that Yi Tianhua would never agree to. Although Yi Tianhua had cut off one of his arms, the condition of 2 million gold coins was something that Yi Tianhua would never agree to. What's more, in Yi Tianhua's opinion, Yuan Weiqing was asking for it. If Yuan Weiqing hadn't ambushed him, he wouldn't have injured him. In the end, it was Yuan Weiqing who had bad intentions towards him that caused his arm to be chopped off. Therefore, Yi Tianhua didn't intend to take responsibility for Yuan Weiqing's situation. If he had to take responsibility for something like Yuan Weiqing's, then what was the use of having high martial arts? The higher one's martial arts, the faster one would lose. Because of this, although Yi Tianhua understood their pain, he wouldn't agree to their conditions. Because all of this had nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and said seriously, Hallmaster Xue, you have seen everything that has happened. I, Yi Tianhua, can say that all of this has nothing to do with me, but you want me to compensate. If the conditions aren't too harsh, it doesn't matter even if I agree to it. However, 5 million gold coins? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Hallmaster Xue, let me ask you, can you take out 5 million gold coins? Before Xue Zhizheng could reply, Zhong Chunren had already spoken up. What are you waiting for? Yi Tianhua, don't try to quibble. What right does our Hallmaster Xue have to take 5 million gold coins? Even if he didn't do anything wrong, why would he take so much gold coins? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, you have made a mistake, so you have to take responsibility for your actions. You have to pay compensation. Is there anything wrong with that? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, you keep saying that I made a mistake. Then let me ask you, what mistake did I make that I need to compensate you with 5 million gold coins? This time, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, Yuan Weiqing shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, even now, you're still trying to quibble. Let me ask you, did you injure my arm? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued. Yi Tianhua, the only son of Vice Hall Master Zhong Huasheng, and the 2 senior craftsmen of the secret Thunder sect in the South County, were they all killed because of you? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you don't have to say any more. Although I sympathize with what happened on the Qingling Mountain, I didn't do it. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Zhong Chunren sighed as tears welled up in his eyes. Yi Tianhua, you're too ruthless. What enmity do you have with my son Zhong Huasheng? How could you be so cruel? Yi Tianhua, are you even human? My son Zhong Huasheng is only 18 years old. Such a young child was killed by the snow leopard because of you. But you, even now, don't dare to admit it and want to stay out of it. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, you're dreaming. If you don't agree to my conditions today, I won't let you go. Saying this, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng before continuing, Hallmaster Xue, I'll leave this matter to you. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed sadly. Zhong Chunren, I know you're in pain, but don't you want to get to the bottom of this matter? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, what's the point of investigating? The evidence is conclusive. You were the one who did it. Why should I investigate? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I've already said many times that this matter has nothing to do with me. Since you're saying this, I'd like to ask you, what evidence do you have? What direct evidence do you have to prove that I did it? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Zhong Chunren sighed. Yi Tianhua, since you want to know how I can prove that you did it, then I'll tell you. How can I prove that you did it? Saying this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he continued. Yi Tianhua, tell me, will I harm my own son? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Who would harm their own son? I believe you won't harm your own son. Zhong Chunren nodded. Yi Tianhua, you also admit that I won't harm my son, but there are only 2 parties involved in this matter. One is your Shadow Alliance, and the other is our South County's Tanlei sect. Since we won't harm my son, then it must be your South County's Shadow Alliance who did it. Is there anything wrong with that? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned. The reason why he hadn't said that it was the South County's Tanlei sect who did it was because of this. Zhong Huasheng was Zhong Chunren's son. No matter what, Yi Tianhua would never believe that Zhong Chunren would harm his son. It was also because of this that Yi Tianhua didn't dare to say that it was the South County's Tanlei sect who did it. This was the biggest doubt in Yi Tianhua's heart. Since it wasn't the South County's Tanlei sect who did it, then who did it? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, let me ask you. Since it wasn't the South County's Tanlei sect who did it, then tell me, who did it? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, But then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his question. Yi Tianhua, only the two of us are involved in this matter. One is the South County's Tanlei sect, and the other is your South County's Shadow Alliance. Since it wasn't the South County's Tanlei sect, then it must be your South County's Shadow Alliance. Is there any doubt? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment and frowned. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer Zhong Chuanren's words. This matter was obvious. Only two parties were involved. This matter could only be done by one of these two parties. Since it wasn't the South County's Tanlei sect, then it must be the South County's Shadow Alliance. Everyone understood this logic. However, Yi Tianhua was unwilling to believe this fact because he knew very well the system of the South County's Shadow Alliance selling information. Under this system, Yi Tianhua knew very well how difficult it was to sell fake information. For example, in the South County's Shadow Alliance, someone wanted to create fake information, just like the matter of Qingling Mountain. He went to investigate the terrain and found the flaming stone. Then, he found the snow leopard. Therefore, he wanted to create fake information, so he hid the matter of the snow leopard and only spread the news of the flaming stone. However, this could not create fake information because the South County's Shadow Alliance would send someone to verify the authenticity of the information. Most importantly, the person who would verify the information was not fixed. There were many people who came to investigate, and there were also many people who verified the information. The biggest problem was that no one knew who the person who would verify the information would be. Perhaps they could roughly guess it because the people who would verify the information would take turns to verify the information. However, after the person who found the flaming stone sent the information back, this matter was no longer under his control. As for the person who went to Qingling Mountain to verify the information, he probably did not even know who it was. Even if he wanted to collude with the person who verified the information, he would not have a chance. Between the discovery and verification of the information, the person who discovered the information would not know who went to verify the information, and the person who verified the information would not know who the person who discovered the information was. Under this system, it was impossible to create fake information unless the person who discovered the information and the person who verified the information colluded. However, the person who verified the information and the person who discovered the information did not know each other. It was not easy for them to collude. It could even be said that it was impossible. When selling information, it wasn't easy to sell fake information. The person who sold the information was responsible for selling the information. After he sold the information, someone would verify the information he sold to prevent any problems. The person who sold the information and the person who verified the information were the same as the person who discovered the information and the person who verified the information. They did not know who the person who sold the information was, and they would not know who the person who verified the information was. Therefore, in the process of selling information, it was really difficult to fabricate fake information. It was even an impossible task. After the person who sold the information, he was no longer responsible for this matter. He did not know who the alliance would send and what information, nor did he know when the person who verified the information would verify it. It was almost impossible for him to collude with the person who verified the information. It was precisely because of such a strict system that the Shadow Alliance had never been troubled by fake information for so many years. However, this problem had appeared now. The problem of fake information. Yi Tianhua did not want to believe that under such a strict system, the South County Shadow Alliance could still sell fake information. Of course, there was another possibility. That was that everyone in the South County Shadow Alliance had colluded. Only in this way could they sell fake information. The key was this possible? Although Yi Tianhua did not believe it, he was also a little puzzled. Zhong Chunren would not harm his son. This meant that the possibility of their side making a mistake was not high. Could it be that the problem was really on his side? Just as Yi Tianhua was still hesitating, Zhong Chunren asked impatiently, "Yi Tianhua, now that things have come to this, do you still want to deny it?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Zhong Chunren, if this matter was really done by our South County Shadow Alliance, then this matter is big." At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him, he continued. Zhong Chunren, so I must go back and investigate this matter clearly. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to bear the responsibility. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. I just want to tell you that since you harmed my son, you must compensate me. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you off. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before roaring, Yi Tianhua, even if I have to die with you, I won't let you off so easily. As soon as Zhong Chunren finished speaking, Yuan Weiqing also shouted, Yi Tianhua, and me. Do you think I'll let go of the injury on my arm? That's impossible. I won't agree. If you don't solve my matter today, we'll all die together. Yi Tianhua sighed when he saw the two of them fuming. Yuan Weiqing, I've already said it. You were the one who attacked me first. Can't I fight back? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, although I ambushed you first, don't forget that I didn't want to hurt you. That's why I attacked you. If I really wanted to hurt you, do you think I would have attacked? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Yuan Weiqing, no matter what the reason is, you ambushed me first. If I didn't fight back, I'm afraid I would have been injured by you. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, your arm was injured in a fair fight, so I won't take responsibility. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, you don't want to take responsibility, right? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before suddenly shouting, Yi Tianhua, do you think that because my arm is injured, I'm no longer a threat to you? Is that why you don't want to take responsibility for my injury? Is that right? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and yelled, let's go. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, you're dreaming. Although my arm is injured, don't forget that I still have another hand. Although this hand's martial arts isn't good, it's definitely not a problem for me to throw a thunderbolt ball at you. Yi Tianhua, do you want to see if there's any difference between the thunderbolt ball thrown by my left hand and the one thrown by my right hand? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's cold laughter, Yi Tianhua suddenly recalled the scene of the thunderbolt ball exploding and was shocked. Although he was no longer afraid of the thunderbolt ball's attack, he was only able to dodge the thunderbolt ball's attack because of his speed. If he was hit by a thunderbolt ball, he would still be seriously injured. Chapter 700. Seeing the drastic change in Yi Tianhua's expression, Yuan Weiqing laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, don't you think that your martial arts are great? Are you afraid? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I am indeed a little afraid. However, even if you want to deal with me, even if you have the thunderbolt pill, you will still have to pay a considerable price to succeed. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. However, Yuan Weiqing, are you really willing to die with me? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was shocked. He naturally knew that Yi Tianhua was not exaggerating. It was the truth. With Yi Tianhua's martial arts skills, even if they had the thunderbolt pill, they would still have to pay a considerable price to succeed. However, Yuan Weiqing was sure of one thing. If Yi Tianhua wanted to die with him, it would be a piece of cake. At this thought, Yuan Weiqing's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He forced a smile and said, Yi Tianhua, you were in the wrong first. Even if we die together, I will definitely not let you leave today unless you agree to my conditions. Otherwise, we will all die together. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's reply, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, why do you have to do this? You should know very well that you were the one who sneaked an attack on me first. I was not the one who attacked you first. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he snorted coldly and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, under such circumstances, you should know what would happen. Since you already know, how can you blame me? So, no matter what you say, I will definitely not agree to your conditions. Furthermore, you even gave me such harsh conditions. It is even harder for me to agree. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth. Yi Tianhua, no matter what, my arm was injured by you. No matter how you explain, you will not be able to change this fact. Since it was you who injured it, you must take responsibility. You must agree to my conditions. Otherwise, I will never let you off. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused, gritted his teeth, and continued, Yi Tianhua, my arm is already like this. If you don't compensate me, the rest of my life won't be easy. Since that's the case, even if I die with you, I won't let you go. Do you understand? Yi Tianhua felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Yuan Weiqing's ferocious glare. Although his martial arts skills were much higher than Yuan Weiqing's, Yuan Weiqing had the Thunderbolt pill. If Yuan Weiqing really wanted to take him down with him, it was very possible. Most importantly, Yi Tianhua really did not want to offend the enemies of the Tantric Thunder sect of the South County. This was because the people of the Tantric Thunder sect of the South County had firearms in their hands. This was the biggest problem. Think about it, if you were at home and a thunderbolt ball suddenly flew out of nowhere, if you were able to dodge it, then you would have escaped once. But if you couldn't dodge it, then wouldn't that be terrible? Even if Yi Tianhua's martial arts were strong, he definitely could not guarantee that he would be on guard against the people of the Tantric Thunder sect of the South County every day. If he had to be on guard against the people of the Tantric Thunder sect every day, then this kind of life would be too tiring. Living with his heart hanging in the air every day was not a life, it was simply a nightmare. Most importantly, once he was hit by the thunderbolt ball of the South County's Tantric Thunder sect, he would not even have the chance to have nightmares in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua sighed and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, I know it's not easy for you. With your arm injured, it will be very difficult for you to live in the future. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him, he hesitated for a moment and continued. Yuan Weiqing, if you are willing, 100,000 gold coins. As long as you agree, I will give you 100,000 gold coins and our matter will be over. What do you think? 100,000 gold coins? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he looked up to the sky and laughed. After the laughter passed, he lowered his head to look at Yi Tianhua and said coldly, Yi Tianhua, are you trying to get rid of a beggar? Are you dreaming? 100,000 gold coins? What can 100,000 gold coins do? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued. Yi Tianhua, if you are willing, I will give you 200,000 gold coins to cut off one of your arms. What do you think? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua could not help but frown. Yuan Weiqing, how is this the same? You were the one who ambushed me just now, so I had no choice but to fight back. Perhaps I used too much strength and accidentally injured you. Yuan Weiqing, do you understand? If you didn't ambush me first, how could I hurt you? If I didn't fight back when you ambushed me, wouldn't I be the one who was injured? Yuan Weiqing, no matter what, you were the one who had malicious intentions towards me first, so I was forced to attack you. Although you were seriously injured, you brought this upon yourself. It has nothing to do with me. In that state just now, even if it was anyone else who ambushed me, I would have fought back with all my strength. Yuan Weiqing, you should be grateful that I didn't use all my strength just now. If I did, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to stand here and negotiate with me. Don't you understand? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, are you saying that I should be grateful to you for injuring me? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, what I said is true. If I didn't hold back just now, you wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to me right now. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he snorted coldly and continued. When you ambushed me, although you were behind me, I felt that the ambush wasn't very strong, so I didn't use all my strength. I only wanted to teach you a lesson. Yuan Weiqing, are you still not satisfied? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. He raised his injured arm and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, why should I be satisfied? Am I satisfied that my arm is broken? Am I satisfied that you showed mercy to me? Yi Tianhua, stop dreaming. I won't be grateful to you, I will only hate you. It was you who injured me and crippled me. Do you still want me to be grateful to you? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he snorted coldly and continued. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you today, 2 million gold coins, not a single gold coin less. Otherwise, I will never agree. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, although Yi Tianhua was furious, he didn't want to cause trouble for the secret thunder sect in the south region. He could only suppress his anger and speak slowly. Yuan Weiqing, it's still the same thing. If you didn't ambush me first, this wouldn't have happened. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. I promise to give you 100,000 gold coins. This is already the best I can do. If you still don't agree, I really can't do anything. Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, let me ask you, what can 100,000 gold coins do? Can it let me live the rest of my life well? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua nodded. Although 100,000 gold coins can't let you live a happy life, it should be possible if you use it sparingly. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Yi Tianhua, do you want me to live a frugal life in the future? At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he snorted coldly and continued. Yi Tianhua, this is impossible. My arm was injured by you, and it's because of this that I became crippled. Since this was caused by you, you have to bear the consequences. Yi Tianhua, you have to ensure that I can live a good life. This is what you should do. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, why do you have to do this? Even if it's only 100,000 gold coins, you won't have a hard life in the future. Why can't you agree? Yuan Weiqing, this is already the best I can do. If you want more, I really can't do anything. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, did you forget what we talked about just now? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment, then asked somewhat angrily, Yuan Weiqing, don't tell me you want me to borrow it. Yuan Weiqing nodded, that's right, since you've already caused the loss, you have to bear the consequences. Now that you don't have so much gold coins, if you don't borrow it, is there any other way to raise so much gold coins? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, that's impossible. I can't pay you 2 million gold coins, that's not realistic. Don't you know how much 2 million gold coins is? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply. He scoffed coldly and continued to speak. Yuan Weiqing, if 2 million gold coins were to be piled up here, I'm afraid it would bury you. One of your arms in exchange for 2 million gold coins, Yuan Weiqing, don't you think this is too good of a deal? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, if you think it's too much, we can exchange. As long as you let me cut off one of your arms, we'll consider this matter over. In the future, we won't owe each other anything. What do you think? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua furrowed his brows. Yuan Weiqing, you were the one who ambushed me first, that's why I was forced to retaliate. In the end, if you didn't ambush me, how would your arm be injured? This is all your fault, how can you blame me? Although I injured your arm, I was forced to do so. Furthermore, I've already agreed to give you 100,000 gold coins as compensation, what else do you want? Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I don't want that 100,000 gold coins, I only want one of your arms as compensation. Are you willing to agree? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and said coldly, Yuan Weiqing, I want to have a good talk with you and settle this matter. If you don't want to talk, then I can't do anything about it. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, you better be clear. Are you unwilling to talk, or am I unwilling to talk? Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I've already agreed to give you 100,000 gold coins, are you still not satisfied? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Yi Tianhua, of course I'm not satisfied. My condition is 2 million gold coins, but you're only giving me 100,000 gold coins. If it were you, would you agree to this condition? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Yuan Weiqing, to be honest, if I were you and did something like that, even if both my hands were crippled, I wouldn't have the face to ask for compensation. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing's face turned slightly red, and he shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, don't talk nonsense. If it were your arms that were injured, I'm afraid you would ask for more. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head, that's impossible. Your own martial arts are inferior to others, so you can only go back and practice martial arts diligently. How can you blame others for having superior martial arts and not look for your own mistakes? If I were you, I would choose to leave and practice martial arts diligently. One day, I'll be able to avenge myself. I think that's what you should do. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered, raised his injured arm, and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, my arm is already so badly injured, how do you expect me to practice martial arts? Yi Tianhua, are you mocking me? Yi Tianhua shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, these are my heartfelt words. In the martial arts world, everything depends on strength. How can you rely on falsely accusing others to gain benefits? Yuan Weiqing, listen to my advice, wake up quickly, don't be so stubborn. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment, then he sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, what do you mean? Don't you want to compensate me? At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him. He snorted coldly and continued, Yi Tianhua, you injured me. Yi Tianhua, you hurt me so badly, and now you want me to let you go. If it were you, would you agree? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua immediately nodded, Yuan Weiqing, why wouldn't I? Your martial arts are obviously inferior to others, so why don't you go back and practice martial arts diligently and get back your face? Only then can you get back your face. Chapter 701. Yi Tianhua continued, Yuan Weiqing, I advise you to quickly go back and practice your martial arts. When your martial arts are high enough, you will naturally be able to defeat me. When that time comes, if you want to hurt my arm, I will definitely not stop you. Even if you really hurt my arm, I will not hate you. In fact, I will sincerely admire you because you have used your own actions to prove yourself. Yuan Weiqing, quickly go back and be someone I admire. Don't be unreasonable here. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then frowned. Yi Tianhua, I really admire you. Even at this time, you are still trying to trick me. At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused, but immediately after, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and snorted coldly and continued. Yi Tianhua, now that I only have one arm left, let me ask you, how am I going to practice martial arts? I know that you want me to be moved by your words so that I will not find trouble with you, am I right? Yi Tianhua shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, why would you think that? As a man, you must do what a man should do. It doesn't matter if we are injured, as long as we have confidence, we will definitely be able to make up for all the pain we have suffered. Yuan Weiqing, don't hesitate anymore. If you continue like this, once your confidence is exhausted, then your life will really be over. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing laughed coldly and raised his injured arm, coldly saying, Yi Tianhua, my arm is already injured to this extent, do you think that I can still practice martial arts? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, you are wrong. Even though you have lost an arm, don't forget that you still have another arm that you can use. I believe that as long as you train hard, with that good arm of yours, you will definitely succeed. Yuan Weiqing shook his head, Yi Tianhua, this injured arm of mine is the arm that I use most often. My years of hard work have been spent on this arm. However, this arm of mine has now been crippled by you. Yi Tianhua, do you think I can reach this level with just my other arm? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua nodded without hesitation. Of course, as long as you train hard, with your other arm, you will definitely surpass your current level. After hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Yuan Weiqing sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, don't lie to me anymore. You've crippled the arm I usually use, and I don't believe that I can train the arm I don't use to the extent you're talking about. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, why don't you believe me? Let me tell you, I have a friend who had his arm crippled just like you. However, his thinking is completely different from yours. He had a tenacity and an unwillingness to admit defeat. Although the arm he used most often was crippled, he used 10 years to cultivate the other arm. His 10 years of hard work did not go to waste. When he returned to the pugilistic world, his martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply. He sighed and continued to speak without waiting for Yuan Weiqing's reply. Before his arm was injured, our martial arts were on par. However, after 10 years of hard work, I was no longer his match. Later, he told me that even though he only had one arm left, he could focus on cultivating that arm. Only then could his martial arts become even stronger. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. If you have this kind of tenacity and this kind of unwillingness to admit defeat, how could you not cultivate your martial arts to a higher level? Yuan Weiqing, when you've completed your training and returned to the pugilistic world, you'll defeat me fair and square. How glorious would that be? When that time comes, I will truly respect you and admire you for being a true man. Yuan Weiqing, think about it. Do you want to be a coward or a true man? It's all up to you. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing's eyes lit up. He suddenly asked, Yi Tianhua, are you talking about the one-armed saber king? Yi Tianhua nodded. Yes. I think since you know about the one-armed saber king, you should know about his life. The one-armed saber king's arm was crippled. If it was an ordinary person, he would have become a cripple. However, the one-armed saber king relied on his arm to make a name for himself in the pugilistic world. Yuan Weiqing, don't you want to be such a person? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing's heart beat wildly. He had heard about the one-armed saber king before. After the one-armed saber king returned to the pugilistic world, his martial arts had improved greatly. The enemy who had crippled his arm could not even withstand a single blow from him. The one-armed saber king was a legendary figure in the pugilistic world. He had powerful martial arts. Although he could not be considered invincible in the South County, he was still a famous person. Of course, the most admirable part was what Yi Tianhua said. After the one-armed saber king's arm was crippled, his heart was not crippled. Instead, he trained even harder and finally returned to Jianghu with a ferocious attitude. This was the most admirable part. Seeing Yuan Weiqing standing there without speaking, Yi Tianhua had to say, Yuan Weiqing, I believe in you. If you are willing to go back and practice martial arts, you will definitely become the next one-armed saber king. No, maybe you will become an existence that surpasses the one-armed saber king and become a legendary figure in the South County. Before Yuan Weiqing could say anything, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered and said, Don't worry, Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua, you really know how to talk. There are so many people in the South County who had their arms crippled. Why is there only one one-armed saber king? Can you tell me why? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua could not help but frown. He slowly said, Zhong Chunren, this is because their minds are unstable and they have no perseverance. That's why they gave up halfway and did not become a figure like the one-armed saber king. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to reply. He turned to look at Yuan Weiqing and continued without waiting for Zhong Chunren's reply. Yuan Weiqing, you are different from them. You have strong perseverance and extraordinary talent. I think that as long as you are willing to practice hard, you will definitely become the second one-armed saber king. Clap clap. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren could not help but clap his hands. He sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, I don't really admire the one-armed saber king, but I admire you. You actually said it so nicely. I really admire you. According to what you said, our protector Yuan should thank you. Because you crippled his arm and gave him the chance to become the one-armed saber king. Yi Tianhua, am I right? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua could not help but frown. On the side, Yuan Weiqing thought of the reason why his arm was crippled and suddenly became furious. He pointed at Yi Tianhua and shouted in a stern voice. Yi Tianhua, you crippled my arm. Do you still want me to thank you? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua hurriedly shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, how can you say that? The reason why I crippled your arm was indeed an accident. It was absolutely not intentional. I deeply sympathize with your arm being crippled, but since it has already happened, I hope you can pull yourself together. Yuan Weiqing, although your arm is crippled, as long as you have an unyielding heart, I think that you will definitely become the second one-armed Saber King and stand up again. Yuan Weiqing, listen to me. Go back and practice hard. The sooner you can return to Jianghu, the sooner you can become the hero that everyone in Jianghu sings about. As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, what you said is really nice. I also know about the one-armed Saber King. I have also heard of his deeds. You are right. The one-armed Saber King's arm was indeed crippled by someone. He also did not give up and continued to practice martial arts. I admit that you are right about this. Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren's tone paused, but immediately after, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer his words. He coldly snorted and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, I admit that most of what you said is correct. However, you did not say the most important part. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, everyone knows about the one-armed Saber King. Could it be that I would deliberately hide something? Zhong Chunren nodded. That's right. You are deliberately hiding something. Because if you say what you are hiding, it will be too disadvantageous for you at this time. Therefore, you will definitely not say it. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly frowned and asked loudly, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, what exactly is Yi Tianhua hiding from me? Tell me quickly. Let me know what Yi Tianhua is thinking. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and nodded. Okay, Yuan Weiqing, since you want to know, I will tell you. If I tell you what Yi Tianhua is hiding from you, you will know what he is thinking. Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren's tone paused. However, immediately after, he did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer his question. He coldly snorted and continued speaking. Yuan Weiqing, you have only heard of the one-armed Saber King's deeds. Then, do you know his family? Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing shook his head. I don't know. I only know the one-armed Saber King's name and his deeds. I am not clear about the specifics. Zhong Chunren nodded and sighed. Yuan Weiqing, there are not many people who know about this matter. Therefore, it is not your fault. Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment before he continued. Yuan Weiqing, the one-armed Saber King's family is quite rich. It is because of this that he was able to cultivate martial arts again. And his success in cultivating martial arts again is also related to his family. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned and unhappily said, Zhong Chunren, you are talking nonsense again. The one-armed Saber King's martial arts cultivation is all based on his perseverance and talent. What does it have to do with his family? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, you are wrong. If the one-armed Saber King did not have his family, there would be no one-armed Saber King now. Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer his question. He coldly snorted and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, I don't deny that one-armed Saber King was able to successfully cultivate his martial arts because of his perseverance and talent. However, it was more because he consumed a large amount of spiritual medicine to increase his strength. And these spiritual herbs, could it be that they could be bought with perseverance and talent? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly understood why the one-armed Saber Monarch was able to succeed. It was because he had taken a large amount of spirit medicines to increase his strength, which was why he was able to succeed. Yuan Weiqing was clear that no matter who it was, even if they did not have enough talent and perseverance, as long as they took a large amount of spiritual herbs, even if they could not reach the level of a first-class expert, they would certainly become an expert. The one-armed Saber King was intelligent and had perseverance. In addition to a large amount of spiritual herbs, there was really no reason why he could not succeed. Zhong Chunren continued, Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you, without the support of those spiritual herbs, even if the one-armed Saber King's talent was higher, I'm afraid he would not have succeeded. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing sighed, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you are right. If the one-armed Saber King did not take so many spiritual herbs, he definitely would not have succeeded. Zhong Chunren sneered and nodded. Yuan Weiqing, therefore, if you want to become a character like the one-armed Saber King, you must make Yi Tianhua agree to your conditions. After you have obtained a large amount of gold coins, you can go buy a large amount of spiritual herbs. At that time, you will definitely become a character like the one-armed Saber King. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly nodded. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you are right. I will definitely make Yi Tianhua agree to my conditions. Speaking until here, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. He turned his head and looked at Yi Tianhua before continuing. Yi Tianhua, you also heard Vice Hall Leader Zhong's words. I only want to say that I want to become a character like the one-armed Saber King. Therefore, I need a large amount of gold coins. Yi Tianhua, you better hurry up and agree to my conditions so that I can become a character like the one-armed Saber King. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, don't you want Yuan Weiqing to become a character like the one-armed Saber King? Since you want to, then hurry up and agree to Yuan Weiqing's conditions and help him become a character like the one-armed Saber King. Yi Tianhua, am I right? Hearing the words of the two people, Yi Tianhua was suddenly stunned. He originally thought that with the words just now, he could make Yuan Weiqing work hard and quickly leave here to practice martial arts, so that he would not have to trouble himself. But he absolutely did not expect that after Zhong Chunren's explanation, things would unexpectedly become like this. Chapter 702. Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, for the sake of Yuan Weiqing becoming the one-armed Saber King in the future, I think you should agree. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly looked at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, do you agree? Hearing the two's question, Yi Tianhua sighed, Yuan Weiqing, it's not that I don't want to agree, but I really don't have that many gold coins. If it's possible, I can only take out 100,000 gold coins at most. If it's more, I'm afraid I can't do anything. Hearing the number Yi Tianhua said, Yuan Weiqing's complexion immediately changed. But before he could say anything, Zhong Chunren loudly said, Yi Tianhua, could it be that you think Yuan Weiqing can become the one-armed Saber King by relying on these 100,000 gold coins? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua froze for a moment, then shook his head, I don't know, but I can only take out this much gold coins. If it's more, I can't do anything. Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, do you know how much gold coins it costs to buy a kind of spiritual medicine? Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, your 100,000 gold coins probably can't even buy a spiritual medicine. If you can't buy a spiritual medicine, then how do you expect Yuan Weiqing to become the second one-armed Saber King? Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head, Zhong Chunren, I don't know. Speaking up to here, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, then continued, but there's one thing I want to make clear. The injury on Yuan Weiqing's arm has nothing to do with me. Although the injury on his arm was caused by me, it happened when I was unconscious and accidentally injured him. More importantly, at that time, Yuan Weiqing was sneak attacking me. I blocked it normally, which was why his arm was injured. This matter has nothing to do with me. The reason I took out 100,000 gold coins is because I can't bear to see Yuan Weiqing's miserable state. Out of sympathy, I took out these gold coins. But I want to make it clear in advance, even if I take out these gold coins, it's definitely not because of compensation, but because of sympathy. Speaking up to here, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to reply and continued. As for whether or not Yuan Weiqing can become the second one-armed Saber King, this actually has nothing to do with us. I'm only advising him out of sympathy, that's why I'm advising him. Do you understand? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. Yuan Weiqing, did you hear that? Yi Tianhua is lying to you. His real goal is for you to leave this place as soon as possible and stop bothering him. Do you understand? Speaking, Yi, of the Saber King of Uvs, and of, said. I, Saber, I Saber uses Saber SSSS Yuan Weiqing, I support you. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly turned to look at Yi Tianhua and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, I don't care what you say. You must agree to my conditions today. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, although I sympathize with you, this matter has nothing to do with me. The reason I took out 100,000 gold coins is only to help you. As for your other requests, please forgive me for not being able to agree. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, don't you want Yuan Weiqing to become the second one-armed saber king? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, Yi Tianhua blanked for a moment, then casually nodded, I do. I want to see Yuan Weiqing pull himself together and become the second one-armed saber king. Saying this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, but, my ability is only so great. I can only help Yuan Weiqing with 100,000 gold coins. I can't do anything more. Zhong Chunren shook his head, Yi Tianhua, no matter what, Yuan Weiqing's arm was injured by you. Whether it was because he sneak attacked you or because of some other reason, you injured his arm. You won't deny this point, right? Yi Tianhua nodded, I admit this point, but I still stand by what I said just now. This has nothing to do with me. I was passively counterattacking. I didn't take the initiative to sneak attack. The reason why Yuan Weiqing was injured was because he took the initiative to sneak attack me. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren only coldly shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I've already said that no matter what the reason was, Yuan Weiqing's arm was injured by you. Therefore, you must take responsibility. We can't let Yuan Weiqing continue to be dispirited. We must make him stand up again. Saying this, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued. Yi Tianhua, I originally didn't want to mention the one-armed Saber King because I know why the one-armed Saber King was able to rise again and become a generation's expert. Because the one-armed Saber King took a large amount of spiritual herbs, he was able to stand up again. I originally didn't want to talk about this matter, but you just had to bring it up. Since it's like this, then I think you should give a little more compensation so that Yuan Weiqing can stand up again and become the second one-armed Saber King. Yi Tianhua, what do you think? After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua nodded, of course I hope that Yuan Weiqing can stand up again. However, if you want me to compensate a little more, I really can't promise you because I only have so many gold coins. If you agree, I can give you 100,000 gold coins with both hands. If you don't agree, then I really can't do anything about it. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly became furious and shouted in a stern voice, Yi Tianhua, could it be that you were lying to me just now? Yi Tianhua shook his head, no, I really want to see you stand up again and become someone like the one-armed Saber King. Yuan Weiqing shook his head and asked loudly, since you want me to become someone like the one-armed Saber King, then why don't you support me? Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, could it be that I gave you 100,000 gold coins, isn't that enough to support you? Saying this, Yi Tianhua's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to reply and continued. Yuan Weiqing, this 100,000 gold coins is all I have. Perhaps it can't buy many spiritual herbs, but I've already done my best to help you. Could it be that you're still not satisfied? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, don't talk nonsense. Let me calculate for you, if Yuan Weiqing wants to become someone like the one-armed Saber King, how many gold coins would he need? Saying this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and only thought for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, if Yuan Weiqing wants to reach the level of the one-armed Saber King, he would need to consume at least 10 different kinds of spiritual herbs. Even if each spiritual herb costs 100,000 gold coins, 10 different kinds of spiritual herbs would probably cost 2 million gold coins. If you want to practice martial arts well, you need to eat well and live comfortably. And to meet these two conditions, I'm afraid he would need several 100,000 gold coins. In addition to other expenses, 1 million gold coins should be enough. Saying this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, so, Yi Tianhua, If you want to support Yuan Weiqing to become the second one-armed saber king, I'm afraid you would need 3 million gold coins. Yi Tianhua, what do you think of this number? Looking at the sneering Zhong Chunren, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, it's easy for you to say, 3 million gold coins. Do you think it's 3 million copper coins? You can go to the south region and ask around, how many people have 3 million gold coins? Some people have never seen 3 million gold coins in their entire lives, but now you want me to take out 3 million gold coins. Zhong Chunren, I think you're making things difficult for me. Zhong Chunren shook his head with a sneer. Yi Tianhua, when I heard you persuade Yuan Weiqing just now, I thought you were a very sympathetic person. Now it seems that you're just SOSO. Yuan Weiqing on the side was already burning with anger. He looked at Yi Tianhua and shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, if you don't give me 3 million gold coins as compensation, you and I are irreconcilable. Even if you can escape today, I will never let you go in the future. Looking at Yuan Weiqing's fierce appearance, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but frown. The reason why he mentioned the matter of the one-armed saber king was because he sincerely wanted Yuan Weiqing to pull himself together, even though he had some selfish motives. Of course, Yi Tianhua was also very clear that the one-armed saber king's matter couldn't be replicated. The one-armed saber king had a good family background. The reason why he could succeed was not only because of elixirs, but also because of his saber skills. To obtain a brilliant saber skill was not an easy matter. It could even be said that it was more difficult than obtaining elixirs. Because everyone's martial arts were not taught to outsiders. Some of the martial arts that could be passed on to outsiders were not considered high-level martial arts. If one wanted to obtain those high-level martial arts, it would be impossible to buy them with gold coins. Therefore, if the one-armed saber king didn't have a good family background, he wouldn't have been able to obtain those brilliant saber skills. Yi Tianhua was also very clear about the one-armed saber king's growth experience. He was even more clear that no matter how hard Yuan Weiqing worked, with his identity, it was impossible for him to reach the level of the one-armed saber king. Even if Yuan Weiqing had a lot of gold coins and could buy a lot of elixirs, without a brilliant saber skill, he wouldn't become the second one-armed saber king. The reason why Yi Tianhua said that was to set an example for Yuan Weiqing, to establish a goal, so that he wouldn't be dispirited. As for whether Yuan Weiqing could become the second one-armed saber king, Yi Tianhua really never thought about it, because it was impossible. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, Yi Tianhua hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, I can tell you the truth. Even if you have a lot of gold coins, you still can't reach the level of the one-armed saber king. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, why are you saying it's impossible now? Didn't you just say it's possible? Yi Tianhua shook his head and said with a wry smile, Yuan Weiqing, one-armed saber king is my friend. In the past, his martial arts were not as good as mine, but after this incident, my martial arts are not as good as his. The reason why I said this is to tell you that I hope you can pull yourself together. Don't give up just because your arm is injured. Yuan Weiqing, one-armed saber king, has a good family background. He has taken a lot of elixirs, and these elixirs have helped him a lot. I won't deny this. But what I want you to know is one-armed saber king's perseverance. Even if he knew he was crippled, he still didn't give up. Instead, he continued to work hard to cultivate his saber skill, and finally became a master of his generation. Yuan Weiqing, I want you to know one-armed saber king's spirit, this spirit of never giving up. This is the most precious thing, do you understand? Yi Tianhua's voice just fell, and before Yuan Weiqing could speak, Zhong Chunren said first, Yi Tianhua, what you said, don't worry about whether we understand or not. I just want to ask you, if one-armed saber king didn't take so many elixirs, with his spirit of never giving up, could he have succeeded? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. For a moment, he actually couldn't answer Zhong Chunren's question. At this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, and continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, in fact, you don't need to say anything, I already know the answer. It's definitely impossible. Even if one-armed saber king had a strong perseverance, without the support of those elixirs, He absolutely couldn't have become a master of his generation. At this point, Zhong Chuanren's tone paused, and he sighed before continuing. In Jianghu, everyone who cultivates martial arts doesn't have strong perseverance, but they have both hands. However, those who can become masters of their generation are very few. Yi Tianhua, it's not that their perseverance isn't strong enough, nor is it that they aren't willing to work hard. It's because they don't have a large amount of gold coins to buy those elixirs. As long as there are enough elixirs, even if they don't work hard enough, they can still become masters. Although they won't become absolute masters, they definitely won't be far off. Yi Tianhua, this is the difference. This is the difference between taking elixirs and not taking elixirs. Now, Yuan Weiqing has already lost an arm. If he wants to rely on hard work and bitter training, I can tell you very responsibly that his life is over. I can be sure that no matter how hard he works in the future, being able to reach his current level of martial arts is already very good, not to mention being able to rise up and become a master of his generation. Therefore, if you want Yuan Weiqing to become someone like One-Armed Saber King, you must take a large amount of elixirs to increase his strength. Only in this way can Yuan Weiqing have a glimmer of hope to surpass his current self. Chapter 703. Zhong Chunren continued, Yi Tianhua, in order for Yuan Weiqing to pull himself together, I hope you can help him. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's reasoning, Yi Tianhua had to admit that he was right. However, it was much more complicated to put into practice than to say it out loud. Yuan Weiqing had just said 2 million gold coins, but Zhong Chunren said 3 million gold coins was enough. 3 million gold coins, Yi Tianhua felt dizzy just thinking about it. How could he agree? Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zhong Chunren, no matter what, I do hope that Yuan Weiqing can pull himself together, but the price you want me to pay is too high. 3 million gold coins, where do you want me to find 3 million gold coins? Aren't you just making things difficult for me? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, for you, 3 million gold coins is definitely not a big problem. Even if you don't have 3 million gold coins, with your status, it's definitely not a difficult thing to borrow 3 million gold coins. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, now it's up to you whether you're willing to help Yuan Weiqing or not. If you're willing, then you'll borrow gold coins for Yuan Weiqing. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, I can indeed borrow 3 million gold coins, but with so much gold coins, how can I repay it in the future? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, although it's a bit difficult to repay these gold coins, I believe you can definitely afford it. In order to make Yuan Weiqing the second One-Armed Saber King, Yi Tianhua, can you agree to these conditions? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, impossible. 3 million gold coins is such a large sum, you want me to borrow it? This is impossible, I definitely won't agree. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered. Yi Tianhua, don't you want to help Yuan Weiqing stand up again? Yi Tianhua shook his head, it's not the same thing. I hope that Yuan Weiqing can regain his confidence. However, I can't compensate him with 3 million gold coins because I have my own difficulties. I hope you can understand. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chuanren's face suddenly changed color. He roared, Yi Tianhua, do you mean that you want to see Yuan Weiqing continue to be dispirited? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's question, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a wry smile. Zhong Chunren, how could I have such thoughts? If I did, I wouldn't have told him about the One-Armed Saber King. It was because I wanted Yuan Weiqing to pull himself together that I said that. Hearing this, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, since you want Yuan Weiqing to stand up again, why don't you agree to our conditions? At the end of the day, I think you're just making it sound nice. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, you can't say that. I've already promised to give you 100,000 gold coins to help Yuan Weiqing. Are you still not satisfied with this? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, 100,000 gold coins can't even buy a single spiritual medicine. Even if we gave it to you, what use would it be? Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer his question and continued. Yi Tianhua, if you really want to help Yuan Weiqing, then take out 3 million gold coins. Yuan Weiqing will definitely not forget you in the future. Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, Yi Tianhua, as long as you help me this time, I'll write off our grudges. I promise that I won't trouble you in the future. Hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a wry smile. Yuan Weiqing, I also want to help you, but 3 million gold coins, how do you expect me to help you? Zhong Chunren sneered, borrow it. Speaking up to here, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Yi Tianhua, as long as you're willing to borrow it, you'll definitely be able to help Yuan Weiqing. Yi Tianhua shook his head, I won't borrow it. This matter doesn't have much to do with me. Why should I borrow it? I've already done my best by being willing to take out 100,000 gold coins. If you want more, you'll have to think of a way yourself. Speaking up to here, Yi Tianhua paused. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he continued, by the way, Zhong Chunren, Yuan Weiqing is the protector of your secret thunder sect in the south region. This time, Yuan Weiqing is seriously injured. Your secret thunder sect in the south region has the responsibility to help Yuan Weiqing. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head, Yi Tianhua, you don't have to care about what we do. You just have to agree to our conditions. As for how our secret thunder sect in the south region will help Yuan Weiqing, that's our own business. You don't have to worry about it. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and said in a deep voice, Hallmaster Xue, you're the Hallmaster of the secret thunder sect in the south region. You're also someone with status in the south region. You must have seen what happened just now. If Yuan Weiqing hadn't attacked me first, how could I have hurt him? Therefore, I won't be responsible for this matter. If you insist on me taking out 3 million gold coins, then I'm sorry, I won't even take out 100,000 gold coins. Hallmaster Xue, tell me, what should we do about this matter? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Xue Zhizheng frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren spoke first. Hallmaster Xue, what else is there to say? If Yi Tianhua doesn't agree to our conditions, we'll fight him to the end today. Even if we die together, we can't let him leave. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned even more and sighed, Yi Tianhua, you heard it too. If you don't give the corresponding compensation today, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng paused before continuing, Yi Tianhua, I think you'd better agree to their conditions. Otherwise, I can't help you. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile, Hallmaster Xue, Yuan Weiqing wants 3 million gold coins from me. Zhong Chunren also wants 3 million gold coins from me. The two of them want a total of 6 million gold coins. Hallmaster Xue, do you think I can take out 6 million gold coins? Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Xue Zhizheng also sighed secretly. However, Yuan Weiqing said loudly, Yi Tianhua, it's your problem if you can't take out the gold coins. You can borrow them. In short, as long as you think of a way, I believe you can do it. Zhong Chunren also sneered, yes, Yi Tianhua, unless you don't want to agree, you can definitely do it. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Yi Tianhua, with your identity as the leader of the South County Shadow Alliance, who would believe that you can't even borrow 6 million gold coins? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua sighed, that's right, if I really want to borrow 6 million gold coins, I can indeed borrow 6 million gold coins. But after borrowing, don't I have to pay it back? 6 million gold coins, do you know how long it will take me to pay it back? Zhong Chunren, let me tell you, I will definitely not agree to this condition of yours. Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head, Yi Tianhua, since you don't agree, it seems that we can only die together, don't you think so? Seeing Zhong Chunren pressing on step by step, Yi Tianhua was also a little annoyed. His martial arts skills were high, and if he wanted to defeat Zhong Chunren and the others, although it would take some effort, he could definitely do it. However, it was precisely because he wanted to resolve this matter peacefully that he had been talking to them until now. He never expected that Zhong Chunren and the others would be so unreasonable and say 6 million gold coins, such a terrifying number. Yi Tianhua had already understood that if they continued to negotiate, it might not be 6 million gold coins, but 10 million gold coins. At that time, wouldn't it be even worse? Yi Tianhua sneered. Zhong Chunren, I'll ask you one last time, are you not going to change your condition? Hearing Yi Tianhua's domineering tone, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. Then, he sneered, Yi Tianhua, since you've done something wrong, you must take responsibility. Don't tell me you don't think you deserve compensation. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I've already said that I really don't know about your son, Zhong Huasheng. Why did such a mistake happen? We still need to investigate. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. This matter might be the fault of our South County Shadow Alliance. If that's the case, I will definitely take responsibility. But if the problem is with your South County Secret Thunder sect, do you want me to take responsibility? Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him. There's also the matter of Yuan Weiqing. If he didn't sneak attack me first, how could I hurt him by accident? Don't tell me that every time we hurt someone, no matter what the cause of the injury is, we have to pay compensation. Zhong Chunren, this is impossible. If this was an accident, or if it was caused by me, I will take responsibility for it. I will not complain no matter what kind of compensation you ask of me. But Yuan Weiqing sneaked an attack on me, can't I fight back? Since he sneaked an attack on me, he should know that it might not succeed. I definitely won't wait for death. It's very likely that I will hurt him. Under such circumstances, Yuan Weiqing still chose to sneak an attack on me. This means that he already knows the consequences. Since he already knows the consequences, he can only bear the consequences himself. He can't blame anyone else. Yi Tianhua turned his head to look at Xue Zhijing and said with a bitter smile, Hallmaster Xue, these two things have nothing to do with me. Why should I pay 6 million gold coins? If it's 100,000 gold coins, I can barely afford it. But if it's 6 million gold coins, please forgive me for not agreeing. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren's face changed. He suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, don't quibble anymore. If you didn't do that to my son Zhong Huasheng, do you think it was me who did it? Yi Tianhua, if it was someone else, I might believe you're quibbling, but that's my son. How could I harm him? Yi Tianhua, no matter what, my son's matter is definitely not our side's problem. I'm sure that it must be your side's problem. Since it's your side's problem, you must be responsible for compensation. Otherwise, I definitely won't agree. At this point, Zhong Chunren's tone paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued. And Yuan Weiqing's matter, you said it has nothing to do with you. Fine, let's talk about it and see if it has anything to do with you. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, let me ask you, why did Yuan Weiqing attack you? Why didn't he find someone else to do it? There are plenty of people in South County City. Why didn't he sneak attack someone else but you? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua was stunned. Just as he was stunned, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, the reason Yuan Weiqing attacked you is because you didn't agree to my conditions. That's why Yuan Weiqing attacked you. Yi Tianhua, if you agreed to my conditions, why would Yuan Weiqing attack you? Since he wouldn't attack you, how could he be injured? Yi Tianhua, why don't you tell me if this has anything to do with you? As soon as Zhong Chunren finished speaking, before Yi Tianhua could speak, Yuan Weiqing shouted loudly. Yi Tianhua, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. Why would I attack you? Why would I attack you? Could it be that I have nothing better to do? No, it's because you refused to agree to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions and compensate for your mistakes that I attacked you. Yi Tianhua, if you had agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions as soon as you arrived, we would have gone back by now. Needless to say, I wouldn't have been injured. Even An Hongda and Du Wudai wouldn't have been injured. Yi Tianhua, tell me, is it because of you that so many people were injured? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but frown. He slowly said, Yuan Weiqing, I didn't agree to Zhong Chunren's conditions because his conditions were too high. I couldn't agree. But if I didn't agree to his conditions, is that the reason why you attacked me? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing sneered. Yi Tianhua, do you know that our Vice Hall Master Zhong only has one son? Now, this son has been killed by the snow leopard. Have you thought about what will happen to Vice Hall Master Zhong in the future? Yi Tianhua, Vice Hall Master Zhong will live in pain and loneliness. Do you know how unbearable this pain is? Although he wants you to compensate 3 million gold coins, if his son can come back, even if he gives you another 3 million gold coins, I think Vice Hall Master Zhong won't frown. Yi Tianhua, if your son had such a problem, I think you wouldn't be asking for 3 million gold coins, but 10 million gold coins. Chapter 704. Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, I think you'll want even more. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua froze for a moment and then shook his head. Zhong Chunren, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about you and Yuan Weiqing first. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, why can't you say it? Are you afraid to say it? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, what's the point of talking about things that haven't happened yet? Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Zhong Chunren, let's talk about the problem we want to solve now. Zhong Chunren nodded. Okay, Yi Tianhua, then agree to our conditions and this matter will be solved naturally. Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, I've already said that your conditions are so high, how can I agree? Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, Yi Tianhua, there are two ways to solve this problem. One is 6 million gold coins. Maybe you don't have that much, but I believe you can borrow it. The other way is to give each of us 500,000 gold coins and 5 years of free information. Then, this matter will naturally be resolved. Yi Tianhua, no matter which condition you choose, as long as you meet my conditions, our matter today will be over. What do you think? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I'm afraid I can't agree to either of the two conditions you mentioned. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Zhong Chunren, I've already said many times that I don't have 600 gold coins. As for borrowing, it's impossible. The matter between the two of you has nothing to do with me. Why should I borrow so many gold coins for this matter? Therefore, I won't agree to the condition of 6 million gold coins. As for the second condition, although the amount of gold coins has been reduced, I'm afraid I can't agree to 5 years of free information. Zhong Chunren, we're all from the South Commandery. I hope you don't always ask these harsh questions to make things difficult for me. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren was really angry and shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, what do you mean? You said you don't have 6 million gold coins. I can reduce the amount, but you have to compensate me in other ways. Is 5 years of free information really that important? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhong Chunren, 5 years of free information is very important. It's just like how the secret thunder sect in the South Commandery gave me the secret recipe of the Thunderbolt pill. If it were you, would you give me the secret recipe of the Thunderbolt pill? Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. Yi Tianhua, how can it be the same? I only want 5 years of free information from you. I won't participate in the normal operation of the South Commandery Shadow Alliance. After 5 years, the 5 years of free information will naturally end. Will it affect the South Commandery Shadow Alliance in any way? As soon as Zhong Chunren finished speaking, Yuan Weiqing did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer and said loudly, how can it affect us? We just got some information. How can it affect us? Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, you're too cautious. Are you also so cautious when selling information to others? Yi Tianhua nodded, of course. If I'm not cautious in such an important matter, once there's a mistake, wouldn't I have made a big mistake? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren immediately sneered. Yi Tianhua, since you're so cautious, why was my son killed by the snow leopard? Could it be that you did it on purpose? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua was a little annoyed. Zhong Chunren, don't talk nonsense. How could I do it on purpose? Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, if you didn't do it on purpose, then tell me, since you're so cautious, why would such a problem occur? How could my son be killed by the snow leopard? Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, it's precisely because of this reason that I'm suspecting that there's something fishy about this matter. Therefore, I have to go back and investigate before I can give you a satisfactory answer. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, we're not kids anymore. Don't lie to me. You said that you want to go back and investigate this matter, but we all know the real reason. You better stop acting and quickly solve this matter before it embarrasses us all. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, I've already said that I'm not sure about this matter. I have to investigate this matter thoroughly before I can decide what kind of compensation to give you. But I don't know anything now. How do you want me to compensate you? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, even if you're not sure about Vice Hall Leader Zhong's matter, let me ask you. My arm was injured by you. That shouldn't be wrong, right? But why aren't you compensating me? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, you can't blame me for what happened to you. You were the one who attacked me first, and I was forced to fight back. Even if you were seriously injured, you can't blame it on me. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly let out a cold laugh. Yi Tianhua, I understand why you want to go back and investigate this matter. I think that after you go back and investigate, you'll treat me the same way you treated Yuan Weiqing, right? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua's reply and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, when the time comes, all you have to do is say that we were the ones who proposed to buy the information first. Then, can you push the blame for what happened to my son to us? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, I didn't know that you had such intentions. No wonder you wanted to go back and investigate. So, this is your goal. How hateful. Zhong Chunren sighed. Yuan Weiqing, this time, we have to make him agree to our conditions. We can't let him leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't get anything in the end. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and nodded. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, don't worry. Even if I only have one breath left, I'll take Yi Tianhua down with me. I won't let him leave so easily. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Yi Tianhua and said coldly, Yi Tianhua, you have to think clearly. If you don't agree to our conditions, we won't let you leave today. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, I've said it many times. The reason I want to leave is not to escape. I want to investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a satisfactory answer. Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Just like now, Zhong Chunren. Even if we continue to pester him, what can we find out? I think you should let me go back and investigate this matter thoroughly. Then, we can solve this problem. Zhong Chunren, what do you think? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Nothing much. If we let you go, I'm sure that we won't be able to find you again. When that time comes, who will we find to solve this problem? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, if you think that I would run away because of such a small matter, then you underestimate me too much. Not to mention such a small matter, even if it was a big matter, I, Yi Tianhua, would definitely not run away. Zhong Chunren, don't worry. After I investigate this matter thoroughly, I'll definitely give you an answer. I won't let you down. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head and sneered. Yi Tianhua, if you don't give me an answer now, I'll be the most disappointed. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer, he continued, Yi Tianhua, it's obvious. Yi Tianhua, this matter is already so obvious. Our South County's Secret Thunder sect bought information about the Flaming Stone from your Shadow Alliance. As a result, a snow leopard appeared near the Flaming Stone. As a result, my son and 2 senior craftsmen from the Secret Thunder sect were killed by the snow leopard. Yi Tianhua, do you still need to go back and investigate such an obvious matter? If you didn't deliberately hide it, how could we not know about the snow leopard? Yi Tianhua, don't lie to us anymore. I don't want to know why you're going back now. I just want to tell you that before this problem is solved, you can dream on if you want to leave. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing also shouted, Yi Tianhua, if you don't solve today's problem and compensate me with 3 million gold coins, I won't let you go even if I have to die with you. After hearing the two's angry roars, Yi Tianhua sighed, Zhong Chunren, why do you have to do this? I've already said that I'm going back this time to investigate this matter. I don't intend to leave. Just like you said, there are so many problems with a simple piece of information about the flaming stone. I also want to know where the problem is. Zhong Chunren, I hope you can trust me this time. Let me investigate where the problem is. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, no matter how you investigate this matter, you'll still have to compensate me in the end. Since that's the case, you should solve the problem first. As for where the problem is, you can slowly go back and find out. I really don't have time to investigate with you. Yuan Weiqing said loudly, Yi Tianhua, Deputy Hall Leader Zhong is right. No matter how you investigate, you'll still have to compensate him in the end. Although you'll have to pay him sooner or later, why don't you pay him now? Unless you're just being perfunctory and have no intention of compensating Deputy Hall Leader Zhong. Yi Tianhua frowned and turned to look at Zhong Chunren. He said slowly, Zhong Chunren, although what you said makes sense, your conditions are too high. Even if I wanted to agree, I don't have that many gold coins. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Zhong Chunren's reply. He let out a long sigh and continued to speak. Zhong Chunren, since this is the case, I'll give you 1 million gold coins to end this matter. What do you think? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren nodded, okay. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, however, I want 5 years of free information. If you agree, we'll end this matter. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned and said unhappily, Zhong Chunren, I've already said that I definitely won't agree to 5 years of free information. 1 million gold coins is the best I can do. If you're satisfied, we'll end this matter here. If you're not satisfied, Zhong Chunren, then there's really nothing I can do. I've already tried my best. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, before Zhong Chunren could say anything, Yuan Weiqing loudly said, Yi Tianhua, this definitely won't do. The difference between 1 million gold coins and 3 million gold coins is simply too great. We definitely won't agree. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua frowned but did not reply. He turned to Zhong Chunren and asked in a deep voice, Zhong Chunren, what do you think? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Zhong Chunren smiled coldly and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I've already said that 1 million gold coins is fine, but you have to add on 5 years of free information. Only then will I agree. Do you understand? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua's eyes flashed coldly. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren continued. Yi Tianhua, this is already my bottom line. If you're still not satisfied, then there's nothing I can do. Yi Tianhua frowned and suddenly laughed coldly. Zhong Chunren, I can't agree to your conditions. I'm sure you're very clear about this. I'm afraid that I'm not the only one who can't take out 3 million gold coins. I think that no one here has 3 million gold coins. It can even be said that all of you added together don't have 3 million gold coins. Moreover, you want me to compensate Yuan Weiqing with 3 million gold coins. That's a total of 6 million gold coins. I just want to ask you, can all of you come up with that amount? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed inwardly. He knew that Yi Tianhua was right. If it was only him, he wouldn't even be able to take out 500,000 gold coins, let alone 6 million gold coins. Zhong Chunren did not care. He laughed coldly and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, I admit that you're right. We really don't have 6 million gold coins. Even if all of us added together, we definitely won't be able to take out 6 million gold coins. However, we wouldn't do such a bad thing. Why should we take out so many gold coins? Chapter 705. Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, if you didn't do anything wrong, you wouldn't have to bear the responsibility. But since you did something wrong, you must bear the responsibility. Yi Tianhua, don't you think so? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, if I really did something wrong, even if I take out 6 million gold coins, I, Yi Tianhua, will accept it. But I've already made it very clear that I don't know anything about your matter. Why should I take so much compensation? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, didn't we make it clear just now? In the Shadow Alliance, apart from you, Yi Tianhua, I don't think anyone else would be able to sell fake information. So I'm sure that you did this. If you still want to deny it, then you're looking down on us. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, but this matter is very likely to be done by your secret Thunder sect. Speaking of this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer. If we sold you real information, but you said it was fake, then what can we do? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was furious. Yi Tianhua, do you think I harmed my son? Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you're talking nonsense. How could our Vice Hall Master Zhong harm his son? Are you still dreaming? After hearing their words, Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, even if you didn't do this, can you guarantee that it wasn't someone around you who did it? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, don't quibble anymore. Other than the few of us who know about this operation, no one else knows. Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, are you saying that there's a problem among us? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, we have to investigate this matter properly and find out where the problem lies. If we don't find out the truth of this matter, I think it will be a big problem in the future. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I don't want to think about those things anymore. I just want to ask you, do you agree to our compensation? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Your conditions are too high. Even if I want to agree, I'm afraid I can't fulfill your conditions. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth and slowly took out a thunderbolt pill. He said coldly, Yi Tianhua, if you don't agree to our conditions, don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that Zhong Chunren was about to make a move, Yuan Weiqing, who was at the side, did not want to be outdone. He immediately used his remaining hand to take out a thunderbolt ball and shouted, Yi Tianhua, you have to agree to my 3 million gold coins today no matter what. Otherwise, I'll take you down with me. Looking at the thunderclap pills in their hands, Yi Tianhua was taken aback. He instinctively took a step back and yelled out, Zhong Chunren, are you really not afraid of causing a conflict between our two gangs? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, I'll tell you the truth now. I don't care so much anymore. I only want to avenge my son. As for whether our two gangs will fight or not, I don't want to think about it anymore. Saying this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued. Yi Tianhua, if you're smart, quickly agree to my conditions. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yuan Weiqing shouted. Yi Tianhua, you just said that you want to see me become the second one-armed blade king. Then why don't you help me and agree to my conditions? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I also want to agree to your conditions, but your conditions are too high. 3 million gold coins, what do you want me to give you? Yuan Weiqing stared at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, does this mean that everything you said just now was a lie? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I won't lie to you. I really hope that you can pull yourself together and not be dispirited. Saying this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, maybe you can't become the second one-armed blade king, but I can promise you that as long as you're willing to work hard, you'll definitely stand up again. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Yi Tianhua, you're lying to me. If you don't agree to my conditions, how can I pull myself together? Without the spiritual herbs, no matter how hard I try, I won't succeed. Yi Tianhua, do you understand? I really need those gold coins right now. As long as I have those gold coins, I can buy a large amount of spiritual herbs to increase my strength. Yi Tianhua, I'm begging you. Just agree to my conditions. Even if you help me this time, I'll definitely not forget you in the future. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, I also want to help you, but 3 million gold coins, I really don't have it. If 100,000 gold coins were possible, I, Yi Tianhua, would definitely give it to you with both hands. I definitely won't let you down. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, are you deaf? Didn't you hear that Yuan Weiqing wants 3 million gold coins? Humph. 100,000 gold coins? What can you do with 100,000 gold coins? I'm afraid that 100,000 gold coins can't even buy a single spiritual herb. What's the use of that? Yi Tianhua, if you really want Yuan Weiqing to pull himself together, quickly agree to his conditions and immediately prepare the gold coins for him. This way, Yuan Weiqing can stand up again. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately stared at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, don't worry. If I can become a person like one-armed Saber King, I promise I won't forget you. Yi Tianhua, believe me, I'll definitely repay you when the time comes. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, you're making it difficult for me. Yuan Weiqing, 3 million gold coins isn't a small amount. I really can't raise so many gold coins. Even if I want to help, I can't. Hearing this, Yuan Weiqing immediately said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you can borrow. I believe that as long as you're willing to borrow, you'll definitely be able to borrow 3 million gold coins. You're the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance. I believe that many people will give you face. I think it won't be difficult for you to raise 3 million gold coins. Yi Tianhua, just help me this time. How about it? Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Yuan Weiqing, you only want me to help you. But have you ever thought about how I'll repay you if I borrow 3 million gold coins for you? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment and then said loudly, Yi Tianhua, don't worry. As long as I can become the second one-armed Saber King, I'll definitely repay the gold coins for you. Don't worry. When the time comes, the two of us will repay the gold coins. There won't be a problem. After hearing these words, Zhong Chunren also laughed loudly and said, Yi Tianhua, what Yuan Weiqing said is right. If he had the same ability as the one-armed Saber King, then with just the two of you, it would definitely not be a problem to obtain this amount of gold coins. Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, it was Yuan Weiqing who attacked me first. That's why I hurt him. Do you think Yuan Weiqing was right to attack me? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren nodded without hesitation. Yi Tianhua, you're right. Yuan Weiqing did the right thing. Yi Tianhua frowned. Zhong Chunren, is it right for Yuan Weiqing to sneak attack me? Zhong Chunren nodded. Yi Tianhua, if you agreed to our conditions, Yuan Weiqing wouldn't have attacked you and his arm wouldn't have been injured. Yi Tianhua, think about the cause and effect of the recent events. You'll understand that it's all your fault. If you agreed to my conditions earlier, all these things wouldn't have happened. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, you're wrong. Regardless of whether I agree or not, you shouldn't have taken action. Everyone has to be reasonable. I think we'll be able to come up with a solution eventually. How could we possibly resort to violence? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, are you saying that if you don't agree to our conditions, we can't think of a solution and can only listen to you? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Zhong Chunren, don't misunderstand me. What I'm saying is that we can discuss a solution. It won't reach the point of attacking you. When Zhong Chunren heard this, he sneered. Yi Tianhua, let me ask you. If you were me and I didn't agree to your conditions, what would you do? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, Zhong Chunren, if it were me, I would definitely ask you to go back and investigate this matter. We'll talk about a solution after you find out what happened. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren nodded. Yi Tianhua, if I did as you said, it would take me 8 to 10 years to investigate this matter. Would you wait? When Yi Tianhua heard this, he immediately frowned. Zhong Chunren, how could you investigate for so long? I believe that as long as you investigate carefully, you should be able to find out the truth of the problem very quickly. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, what I'm saying is that I've deliberately investigated for so long. What can you do to me? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Moreover, not only do I have to investigate for so long, but I also won't meet you so that you won't be able to find me even if you want to. Yi Tianhua, what would you do if you encountered such a thing? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hand. Zhong Chunren, how could this be? As long as we investigate the matter clearly, we can naturally discuss a solution together. Why do we have to hide? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, this is because everything was done by you. You deliberately sold us fake information and wanted to harm our secret thunder sect in the South County. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly waved his hand. Zhong Chunren, you've gone too far. We have no enmity. Why would I harm your South County's Tanlei sect? Benefits. As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, Zhong Chunren said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you're doing this for the sake of benefits. Yi Tianhua shook his head. I wouldn't. Why would I do such a thing for these benefits? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to answer him, he continued. Zhong Chunren, our two sects have never had any enmity for so many years. We have always been at peace. Could it be that I would harm your South County's Tanlei sect just because of some benefits? Zhong Chunren nodded when he heard this. That's right. You came to harm our South County's Tanlei sect because of this little benefit. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua could no longer hold it in and said loudly, Zhong Chunren, this is all your one-sided words. What evidence do you have to prove that I'm such a person? Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, do you still need any evidence? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, however, if you want evidence, fine. Then let me ask you, in the South County's Shadow Alliance, are you the only one who can sell fake information? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. I can indeed sell fake information, but why would I do that? As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, before Zhong Chunren could speak, Yuan Weiqing had already said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you framed our South County's Tanlei sect for the sake of benefits. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded. Yuan Weiqing is right. Yi Tianhua, that's why you did this. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Yi Tianhua, under such circumstances, if you were me, would you still let me leave? After hearing their conversation, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, are you sure that I'm the one who did this? Zhong Chunren nodded. Yi Tianhua, other than you, I really can't think of anyone else who can do such a thing. Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you just said that in the South County's Shadow Alliance, you're the only one who can sell fake information. Therefore, I'm sure that you must have done this because other than you, no one else can do this. Yi Tianhua, now that things have come to this, I think you shouldn't quibble anymore. There's no point in quibbling anymore. Instead, we'll look down on you. Chapter 706. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I don't know about this. How can I agree to compensate you? Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, what else do you not know? I think you're just pretending not to know. You want to delay this matter and then take the opportunity to slip away. Don't you think so? As soon as Zhong Chunren finished speaking, before Yi Tianhua could answer, Yuan Weiqing shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, I'm telling you, if you don't agree to our conditions today, we will definitely not let you go. After hearing their words, Yi Tianhua frowned and said in a deep voice, Zhong Chunren, have you always thought that I did this? Zhong Chunren said loudly, Yi Tianhua, do you still think that you can quibble about it? All of this was your plan. First, you harmed 2 senior craftsmen of our Tanlei sect in the South County. Now, do you want to harm more people? Yi Tianhua heard this and said angrily, Zhong Chunren, don't talk nonsense. What right do you have to say that I want to harm more people? Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, haven't you harmed enough people? More than a dozen people were harmed by you. Isn't that enough? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua's brows furrowed even tighter. He let out a long sigh and slowly said, Zhong Chunren, I've already said it. If I did this, I wouldn't have come to your date. The fact that I'm here today proves that I didn't do it. It must be someone else. It's just that we don't know who that person is. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. Yi Tianhua, do you think I'll believe you? Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, I don't care if you believe it or not, but this is the truth. Zhong Chunren suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, what do you mean by the truth? I only know that you killed my son, Zhong Huasheng, 2 senior craftsmen and more than a dozen apprentices of Tanlei sect in South Commandery. This is the truth. No matter what you say, you can't change the truth. Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, it's true that your son was killed, but it has nothing to do with us. Even if it has something to do with us, it's definitely not my doing. Don't you understand? Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yi Tianhua, you don't have to quibble anymore. I can tell you that other than you, no one else can do this. Yuan Weiqing said loudly, Yi Tianhua, Vice Hall Master Zhong is right. The rules of the South County Shadow Alliance are so strict. Other than you, no one else can sell fake information under such strict rules. Yi Tianhua, you should stop quibbling. As long as you agree to our conditions, this matter will be considered over. Yi Tianhua shook his head. It's impossible for me to agree. Your conditions are too harsh. Even if I want to agree, I can't find the gold coins. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him, he snorted coldly and continued. As for you wanting me to borrow the gold coins, let me tell you, it's impossible. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I be responsible? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was enraged and shouted, Yi Tianhua, what do you mean? Weren't you the one who injured my arm? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, it's different. I was passively counterattacking. The main reason is you. If you didn't want to sneak attack me, I wouldn't have hurt you. So, even if you want me to be responsible, I can only bear a small part of the responsibility. It's impossible for me to bear all of it. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Yuan Weiqing immediately became angry and shouted, Yi Tianhua, I'm telling you today. If you don't agree to my conditions, don't even think about leaving here today. Even if I die with you, I won't let you leave. Do you understand? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head with a bitter smile. Yuan Weiqing, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, you don't have to hold on to me. You really don't. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him, he continued. Yuan Weiqing, what's the main reason you're here today? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Yuan Weiqing sneered, of course it's about our Deputy Hall Master Zhong. Do you think that after hurting Deputy Hall Master Zhong's son, Zhong Huasheng, we'll just let it go like this? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua hurriedly waved his hand, Yuan Weiqing, let's not talk about this first. I just want to tell you that you're helping Zhong Chunren today. Now that your arm is injured, I think that the person you're helping, Zhong Chunren, won't care, right? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren's expression changed and he suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, what do you mean by this? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua sighed, Zhong Chunren, I don't mean anything else. I just want to tell Yuan Weiqing that since he's here to help you, and now that his arm is injured, are you just going to watch and do nothing? Zhong Chunren snorted coldly, Yi Tianhua, this is between us. I hope you don't interfere. Yi Tianhua shook his head and laughed bitterly, Zhong Chunren, I don't want to interfere either, but Yuan Weiqing won't let me go. I have no choice but to tell the truth. Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua's tone paused, but he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren's reply and continued with a snort. Zhong Chunren, you asked Yuan Weiqing to ask me for 3 million gold coins as compensation. Zhong Chunren, of this 3 million gold coins, you'll have to bear at least half of it, right? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, don't spout nonsense. That 3 million gold coins is Yuan Weiqing's compensation. What does it have to do with me? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua laughed coldly, Zhong Chunren, you're too heartless. No matter what, Yuan Weiqing is here to help you. Now that his arm is injured, you don't want to help. Isn't this a little too much? Hearing this, Zhong Chunren was instantly enraged and shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, this has nothing to do with you. We'll settle our own matters, do you understand? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing needs 3 million gold coins to buy enough spiritual medicine. In order for Yuan Weiqing to stand up again, I think that as Vice Hall Master Zhong, you can't possibly not support him, right? Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua paused, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he snorted coldly and continued speaking. Zhong Chunren, to tell you the truth, it's impossible for me to take out 3 million gold coins. Since you said that you want Yuan Weiqing to stand up again, then I can only let you take out 3 million gold coins. As long as you take out 3 million gold coins to help Yuan Weiqing, then Yuan Weiqing's help this time won't be in vain. If you don't take out 3 million gold coins to help Yuan Weiqing, then I feel that it's not worth it for Yuan Weiqing. You're actually not willing to take out 3 million gold coins to help someone that he recognizes as a crippled arm to help. Isn't this a little disappointing for Yuan Weiqing? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment, then he laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, you really know how to talk. After all this talk, you actually want to pass on the 3 million gold coins that Yuan Weiqing asked from you to me. You're really calculating, aren't you? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he snorted coldly and continued speaking. However, Yi Tianhua, do you think that will fall for your trick? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Yuan Weiqing asking you for 3 million gold coins is a matter between the two of you, it has nothing to do with us. As for my help, you don't need to think about it, I'll naturally do it. Yi Tianhua, don't think of any bad ideas, hurry up and take out 3 million gold coins to help Yuan Weiqing. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua only shook his head. Zhong Chunren, I've said before, we have 3 million gold coins. Speaking up to this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, however, we both want Yuan Weiqing to stand up again. Yuan Weiqing urgently needs this sum of gold coins, but I can't take it out. So in order to help Yuan Weiqing stand up again, I can only let you take this sum of gold coins. Zhong Chunren, I don't think you'll refuse, right? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren clenched his teeth. Yi Tianhua, I've already said that you don't need to care about our matters. Just take out 3 million gold coins and this matter will be over. Don't you understand? Yi Tianhua shook his head and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing, saying with a bitter smile, Yuan Weiqing, I'll tell you the truth, I really can't take out this sum of gold coins. However, just because I can't take out this sum of gold coins, you'll be dispirited. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing frowned and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, I know you can't take out this sum of gold coins, but you can borrow it. I think that as long as you're willing to borrow, you'll definitely be able to borrow 3 million gold coins. Yi Tianhua shook his head, that's impossible, I can't borrow such a large sum of gold coins just because of this matter, so the 3 million gold coins you want me to compensate definitely won't happen. Yuan Weiqing, this is my truth. The reason why I'm telling you this is because I don't want to see you dispirited. I hope you can pull yourself together and really become the second one-armed saber king. Yuan Weiqing, although I can't help you too much by myself, there's no Vice Hall Master Zhong. I think that as long as he's willing to help, these 3 million gold coins definitely won't be a problem. At that time, with these 3 million gold coins to buy elixirs, in addition to your aptitude, I think that even if you can't become the second one-armed saber king, you'll definitely have good attainment. Yuan Weiqing, for your own sake, you have to think clearly about this point. You can't give up on yourself and lose the chance to stand up again just because I don't compensate you with gold coins. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing couldn't help but frown. Although he knew what Yi Tianhua meant, he was also very clear that Yi Tianhua's words were absolutely reasonable. Now that he had lost an arm, although he could still use some martial arts, Yuan Weiqing was also clear that he could only use half of his martial arts. His strength had declined, then would his status as a protector also decline? Yuan Weiqing also had some savings, but relying on that little bit of savings to buy a large amount of elixirs, this was directly an impossible matter. If he wanted to stand up again, He had to do as Yi Tianhua said and get enough gold coins to buy a large amount of elixirs to increase his strength. Yuan Weiqing was also very clear that it was almost impossible to get Yi Tianhua to take out 3 million gold coins, unless everyone restrained Yi Tianhua and used force to threaten him. Only then would Yi Tianhua be able to borrow gold coins for him. However, Yi Tianhua's martial arts were so high that it was simply too difficult to restrain him. Yi Tianhua saw Yuan Weiqing frowning and not saying anything, and knew that he had been persuaded by his words. He was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly tried to persuade him again. Yuan Weiqing, think about it carefully, you can't miss this opportunity. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, if you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance. Without enough gold coins, it's impossible for you to stand up again. Do you understand? Yuan Weiqing's expression was naturally seen by Zhong Chunren, who was standing at the side. He was instantly shocked and hurriedly said, Yuan Weiqing, you must not listen to his nonsense. As long as we capture Yi Tianhua, we will naturally be able to get him to take out 3 million gold coins. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he turned to look at Yi Tianhua and said with a cold smile, Yi Tianhua, I advise you to stop thinking about these useless ideas. You only have one choice now, and that is to quickly agree to our terms. Other than that, you have no other choice. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua only smiled faintly, his gaze still fixed on Yuan Weiqing as he continued to persuade him. Yuan Weiqing, you have to think carefully. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if you capture me, I will definitely not give you the gold coins, because I don't have that much money to begin with. What can I give you? Yuan Weiqing, you have to think clearly. If you make a move against me, not only will you not get the gold coins, you will also lose your last chance. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren did not wait for Yuan Weiqing to speak and shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, do you really think that if we capture you, you will not take out the gold coins? Yi Tianhua turned to look at Zhong Chunren and said with a cold smile, Zhong Chunren, if I don't take out the gold coins, what can you do to me? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren immediately laughed coldly. Chapter 707. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, if you really want to know, we can give it a try. When the time comes, you'll know whether or not you'll agree. After saying this, Zhong Chunren had already slowly raised his hand, looking like he was ready to attack. Seeing this, Yi Tianhua did not dare to delay. He hurriedly took a step back, his gaze fixed on Zhong Chunren as he shouted sternly, Zhong Chunren, do you really want to fight? Seeing this, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shouted, Yi Tianhua, you'd better agree to our terms quickly. Otherwise, Vice Hall Leader Zhong is really going to attack. Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Zhong Chunren as he shouted sternly, Zhong Chunren, are you really not afraid of causing a conflict between the two factions? Zhong Chunren laughed coldly, Yi Tianhua, at this point, what do you think I have to be afraid of? My son has already been harmed by you. I'm the only one left, what can I do? Saying this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he continued to speak. Yi Tianhua, I advise you to agree to my terms quickly. Once I really attack, even if you want to regret it, it'll be too late. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua shook his head, Zhong Chunren, I've already said that I don't know about this, so I won't agree to your terms. Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly, Yi Tianhua, I'll count to 3 now. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being rude. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Xue Zhijing before continuing, Hallmaster Xue, you've heard it too. Yi Tianhua doesn't want to agree to my terms. Now, we can only take action. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then, he turned to look at Yi Tianhua and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, I advise you to agree. Otherwise, when we use the Thunderbolt pill, I'm afraid we can't guarantee your safety. After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Hallmaster Xue, don't you trust me? Xue Zhijing shook his head, Yi Tianhua, it's not that I don't believe you, but Vice Hallmaster Zhong is right. No matter what, your South County Shadow Alliance has harmed his son, so you have to compensate him. But since you're unwilling to compensate us, we can only take action. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's reply, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, you still don't believe me? Before Xue Zhizheng could say anything, Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, why should Hall Master Xue believe you? We've already said that since you've done something wrong, you must compensate us. Otherwise, we won't agree. Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, Vice Hall Leader Zhong is right. Yi Tianhua, you have to compensate me. My arm was hurt so badly by you. 3 million gold coins, not a single gold coin less. Otherwise, I won't agree to it. Hearing their words, Yi Tianhua could not help but frown and sigh. Zhong Chunren, I've already said it. What else do you want me to say? I don't know about your son's matter. How can I compensate you? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, and you sneak attacked me first, that's why I attacked you. If you didn't sneak attack me, I wouldn't have hurt you. Seeing that our two gangs get along well, I can give you 100,000 gold coins as compensation. Of course, I'm only sponsoring you because of friendship. It's definitely not because I did something wrong. Do you understand? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to answer him. Yuan Weiqing, if you agree to the 100,000 gold coins, I'll give it to you immediately and settle your matter. What do you think? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing's expression suddenly changed. He sternly shouted, Yi Tianhua, stop dreaming. Keep the 100,000 gold coins for yourself. I only want my 3 million gold coins. If you agree, I'll let you go today. If you don't, then don't blame us for being impolite. Xue Zhizheng, who had been silent all this time, frowned and turned to look at Zhong Chunren. He lowered his voice and said, Zhong Chunren, why don't you lower your conditions and settle this matter? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, can't you see that Yi Tianhua has never thought of agreeing to our conditions? Even if we lower the conditions, he will definitely not agree to our conditions. Hall Leader Xue, at this point, we have no other choice but to fight. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and said in a low voice, Zhong Chunren, we can try. If we can avoid fighting, we'll try not to. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, you should know that once we fight, it's very likely that it'll cause a fight between our two factions. When that time comes, it'll be really bad. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Leader Xue, don't you trust me? Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly. Zhong Chunren, in order to not cause a fight between our two factions, I think you should try. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren frowned and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly saying, Hall Leader Xue, since you've said so, how much should we lower our conditions? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Xue Zhizheng frowned and asked tentatively, Vice Hall Leader Zhong, the 3 million gold coins you want from Yi Tianhua is indeed a bit too much. In my opinion, how about 5 million gold coins? 5 million gold coins? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's number, Zhong Chunren did not even hesitate and immediately rejected it. No, that's too little. 3 million gold coins, how can it be reduced to 5 million gold coins? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, he did not wait for Xue Zhizheng to reply and continued. Hall Leader Xue, 5 million gold coins, if Yi Tianhua agrees, I'll agree too. What do you think of this tree eye? Hearing Zhong Chunren's number, Xue Zhizheng could not help but frown. Seeing that Xue Zhizheng didn't speak, Zhong Chunren sighed, Hall Master Xue, don't forget that the person they harmed is my son. I only have one son. Even asking for 3 million gold coins is a small amount. If it weren't for the sake of our two gangs, I would have asked for 10 million gold coins from him in order to not cause a fight. Now, for your sake, I'll reduce it to 5 million gold coins. This is already the minimum. If it's any lower, I won't agree. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed. No matter what, Zhong Chunren was the victim. He could only make the decision regarding the conditions. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng smiled bitterly and nodded. He turned to Yi Tianhua and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, I've already discussed with Vice Hall Leader Zhong. We can lower the conditions for your compensation. At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Tianhua, you can only pay 2.5 million gold coins. If you agree, we'll let this matter rest. What do you think? 2.5 million gold coins? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hall Leader Xue, thank you very much. However, 2.5 million gold coins is not a small amount. If you want me to take it out, you're really making things difficult for me. Before Xue Zhizheng could say anything, Zhong Chunren sneered, Hallmaster Xue, I was right, wasn't I? Yi Tianhua never thought of agreeing to our conditions. He only wants to reject our conditions so that we can let him go. He's dreaming. Unless he kills me, I won't let him go so easily. Yuan Weiqing also shouted. Yes, there's me too. Yi Tianhua, you have to settle my matter too. Otherwise, I'll take you down with me. After hearing their words, Xue Zhizheng sighed and turned to look at Yi Tianhua. Yi Tianhua, don't you want to think about it? At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment. However, he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued. Yi Tianhua, if you agree, at least it won't cause a fight between our two factions. You have to think carefully. Even though you have more gold coins, you should still be able to think of a way to do it. Yi Tianhua, what do you think? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua sighed. Hall Leader Xue, I really don't have a choice. If I had so much gold coins, why would I not agree? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing. Hallmaster Xue, if it's 1 million gold coins, I should be able to scrape together that much. However, it's impossible for me to fork out 2,500,000 gold coins. Xue Zhizheng, I'll have to trouble you to discuss this with Zhong Chunren. If he agrees, this matter will be settled. What do you think? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed inwardly. He knew that there was no room for discussion. If it was 2 million gold coins, Zhong Chunren might have agreed. However, if it was 1 million gold coins, Xue Zhizheng was sure that Zhong Chunren would definitely not agree. However, even if Xue Zhizheng knew that Zhong Chunren wouldn't agree, he still had to say it. This was because he didn't want to cause a fight between the two factions and turn a small matter into a big matter. However, just as Xue Zhizheng was about to speak, Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, you're dreaming. I'd rather not take 1 million gold coins. Yi Tianhua, do you dare? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned. Zhong Chunren, what do you mean? Zhong Chunren gritted his teeth and said coldly, Yi Tianhua, I don't want 1 million gold coins. I want revenge. You harmed my son. Then, I also want. After hearing this, Xue Zhizheng was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, how can you do this? If there's anything, we can discuss it slowly. Please don't do this. Discuss. Zhong Chunren sneered. Hall Leader Xue, with Yi Tianhua's attitude, how can I discuss it? Speaking up to this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to reply, he continued. Hall Leader Xue, I want 3 million gold coins, but he only wants to give me 1 million gold coins. Isn't he playing with me? He's already playing with me. How can I discuss it? Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng hurriedly waved his hand. Vice Hall Leader Zhong, aren't we discussing it? Why are you so angry? Zhong Chunren took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then, he said coldly, Hall Leader Xue, I will never agree to Yi Tianhua's conditions. If he really wants to compensate me, then do as I say. Otherwise, I will never agree. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned. He turned to Yi Tianhua and said with a bitter smile, Yi Tianhua, I think you have to ask for more. Vice Hall Leader Zhong will never agree to 1 million gold coins. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua sighed and said slowly, Hall Leader Xue, 1 million gold coins is not enough even if I add all my assets together. I have to borrow from my friends to get 1 million gold coins. If Zhong Chunren is still not satisfied, Hall Leader Xue, then I really can't do anything. This is already the biggest concession I can make. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren shouted sternly, Hall leader Shui, Yi Tianhua is not sincere about compensating us. He's just being perfunctory. I think you should stop talking. It's useless. You might even fall into Yi Tianhua's trap. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was a little annoyed and said angrily, Zhong Chunren, what do you mean? Hall leader Shui discussed something with me. How could he fall into my trap? You better make it clear. Zhong Chunren sneered and pointed at LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing. He said loudly, Yi Tianhua, do you still need me to say it? Look at LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing. Why are they injured? Isn't it because they were negotiating with you? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused and snorted coldly before continuing, Yi Tianhua, you purposely used the method of discussing with us to infuriate us. Then, unknowingly, you took the opportunity to attack us and reduce our strength. Yi Tianhua, when our strength is no longer comparable to yours, I'm afraid that's when you'll attack us, right? You're talking nonsense. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was furious and said loudly, Zhong Chunren, you're talking nonsense. When did I attack you? If you didn't attack me first, why would I attack you? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused. He turned around and pointed at An Hongda and Du Wudai in the distance before continuing, Zhong Chunren, take a good look. It was because you guys took the opportunity to attack first that my two brothers were injured by you guys. Zhong Chunren, I haven't settled the score with you yet, and now you're talking about us. What do you mean? Who was the one who fell into whose trap? Zhong Chunren, explain it clearly to me. Chapter 708. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered and said, Yi Tianhua, are you blaming us for this? If you had agreed to our conditions earlier, An Hongda and Du Wudai would not have been injured. Yi Tianhua, why don't you think about your own reasons and blame us instead? I really don't know what your intentions are. Yi Tianhua heard this and said angrily, Zhong Chunren, how could I agree to your conditions? Are you blaming me for this? Zhong Chunren nodded. Yi Tianhua, if you hadn't harmed my son with false information, I wouldn't have come looking for trouble with you. Do you think this has nothing to do with you? Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth. Zhong Chunren, you keep saying that I harmed your son, but what evidence do you have? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Zhong Chunren's reply and continued to speak. Zhong Chunren, I admit that we did sell you information about the flaming stones, but what does it have to do with us whether there are snow leopards on Green Tower Mountain or not? Zhong Chunren, even if there are snow leopards on Green Tower Mountain, so what? Do we have an obligation to tell you? Zhong Chunren, you only bought information about the flaming stones from us. You didn't buy information about the dangers around the flaming stones. Do you understand? Something happened to you and you came looking for trouble with us. I don't understand. What reason do you have to come looking for trouble with us? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him. He snorted, turned to look at Yuan Weiqing, and continued. Yuan Weiqing, and you. You saw that I was attacked by the Thunderbolt pills, so you wanted to take the opportunity to sneak an attack on me. What was your intention? If you didn't sneak an attack on me, you wouldn't have been injured. How dare you blame me for something like this? Yuan Weiqing, I really don't know what you're thinking. Let me tell you, Zhong Chunren. I can compensate you if you want, but I have to investigate this matter thoroughly before I can compensate you. Before I investigate thoroughly, don't even think about it. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren was furious and shouted, Yi Tianhua, let me ask you. You said that my son's matter has nothing to do with your South County Shadow Alliance. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Yi Tianhua, I admit that we didn't buy the news of the snow leopard beside the flaming soaring stones. However, if you didn't have ulterior motives, you would definitely have mentioned this to us. Even if you sold us this information, we would never have rejected it. However, you didn't say anything. The people of the South County Shadow Alliance didn't say anything. You didn't even tell me anything about the snow leopard. Yi Tianhua, let me ask you, why didn't you tell us about this? Your South County Shadow Alliance mainly relies on selling information. You sold us the information about the flaming stone for gold coins. If you sold us the information about the snow leopard, would you also get gold coins? However, you didn't want such a good opportunity to earn gold coins. Instead, you chose to hide it and gave up the opportunity to earn gold coins. Yi Tianhua, tell me, why? Why did you choose to hide it when you didn't want to earn gold coins? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment and then said loudly, Zhong Chunren, I've already said that I don't know what happened. How would I know? Why is it like this? Zhong Chunren snorted coldly, Yi Tianhua, do you think I'll believe what you say? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren's tone paused, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer his question, he snorted coldly and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, as the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance, you actually don't know what happened. Do you think I'll believe what you say? Yi Tianhua sighed, Zhong Chunren, whether you believe it or not, I really don't know about this matter. Although I'm the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance, I don't have to ask about the truth. Just like this time, I don't know about the Flaming Stone. It's because of this that I want to go back and investigate. Zhong Chunren snorted and was about to speak when Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, let me ask you, how do you want to solve my problem? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua turned his head and sighed, Yuan Weiqing, I've already said it. If you didn't sneak attack me, how could you be injured? Yuan Weiqing sneered, Yi Tianhua, do you mean that you don't want to care about my problem? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding, Yuan Weiqing, your problem has nothing to do with me. Although you were injured by me, I still won't care. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and suddenly roared. He flicked his left hand slightly and a thunderbolt ball flew toward Yi Tianhua like lightning. While Yi Tianhua was speaking, he had been paying attention to the movements of these people. When he saw Yuan Weiqing throw the thunderbolt ball at him, he hurriedly stepped aside and his body flashed. The thunderbolt ball brushed past his side and flew far away, smashing into a tree. Boom! The thunderbolt ball smashed into the tree and exploded, causing the tree to shake non-stop. Hearing the buzzing sound from the tree, Yi Tianhua was shocked. He turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and shouted sternly, Yuan Weiqing, are you really going to do it? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Yuan Weiqing sneered, Yi Tianhua, whether I do it or not depends on you. As long as you agree to my conditions, I naturally won't do it. But if you don't agree to my conditions, then don't blame me for being rude. Yi Tianhua, you have to think carefully about what to do. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth but still shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, no matter what, I have already made it very clear. I will not agree to your conditions. Saying this, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Yuan Weiqing, your arm is injured and I am very sympathetic. If you are willing, I can give you 100,000 gold coins to help you. Before Yi Tianhua could finish, Yuan Weiqing's expression changed and he threw another thunderbolt ball at Yi Tianhua. Before Yi Tianhua could finish speaking, he saw the thunderbolt ball flying toward him. He was shocked and hurriedly dodged again. Yuan Weiqing shouted loudly, Yi Tianhua, I will give you one more chance. If you don't agree, I will not just throw the thunderbolt balls in my hand one by one. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua was shocked. He knew the power of the thunderclap pill very well. Although his martial arts were high, as long as he was hit by the thunderclap pill, he would be seriously injured. He might even be killed by the thunderclap pill. Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and shouted sternly, Yuan Weiqing, I have already tolerated you for a long time. If you dare to throw thunderbolt balls at me again, don't blame me for being rude. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was taken aback and subconsciously took a step back. He then forced a smile and said, Yi Tianhua, don't scare me. There are 3 of us here. If you dare to make a move on me, the 3 of us will deal with you together. I think that no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to dodge us, right? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua was shocked. If the 3 of them threw thunderbolt balls at him together, he might not be able to dodge it. Just as Yuan Weiqing said, if the 3 of them really wanted to attack him, they would definitely not throw thunderbolt balls one by one. When he thought of a sky full of thunderbolt balls being thrown at him, Yi Tianhua only felt a chill in his heart. Even Even if his martial arts were high, under such circumstances, he did not have much confidence that he would be able to dodge it. Seeing Yi Tianhua's expression change, Yuan Weiqing was emboldened. He shouted sternly, "Yi Tianhua, I advise you to quickly agree to our conditions. If you wait until we attack, even if you want to regret it, I'm afraid that you will be severely injured. When that time comes, it will be too late for regret." Zhong Chunren also said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, I know that your martial arts are high, but under the joint attack of the three of us, I think that no matter how high your martial arts are, you will not be able to dodge our attacks completely." At this point, Zhong Chunren paused. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he snorted coldly and continued. "Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, if a thunderbolt ball hits you, you are finished. Think carefully, if you do not agree to our conditions, we will really attack." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhijing sighed, "Yi Tianhua, I think you should agree. Otherwise, you will not be able to dodge our thunderbolt balls." After hearing Xue Zhijing's words, Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth. "Hallmaster Xue, are you really not afraid of causing a fight between our two factions?" As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, before Xue Zhijing could speak, Zhong Chunren shouted loudly, "Yi Tianhua, you don't have to scare us. Let me tell you the truth, even if we hang you here today, no one will think that we did it. It is absolutely impossible to cause a fight between our two factions." Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sneered, "Zhong Chunren, you are thinking too highly of yourself. Many people know that we came to your date this time. As long as something happens to us, the people of the South County Shadow Alliance will definitely know that it was you who did it. Do you think that they will not avenge us?" Zhong Chunren sneered and shook his head. "Yi Tianhua, don't think too highly of yourself. Although many people know that you're here for my date, how many of them would have thought that with your martial arts skills, you would be killed by the few of us?" Yuan Weiqing shouted, "Yi Tianhua, don't think so much. Hurry up and agree to our conditions. Otherwise, we will definitely not let you go." Hearing the words of the two, Yi Tianhua snorted coldly, "Zhong Chunren, do you think that you can definitely keep me here by using the Thunderbolt pill?" Zhong Chunren sneered, "Yi Tianhua, you can try. Let's see if you can escape." At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued with a sneer. "Yi Tianhua, to tell you the truth, if you dare to run, do you think that we will let An Hongda and Du Wudai go?" At this point, Zhong Chunren seemed to have suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "I forgot that there are not only two of them. There are also 3 of your disciples. There are a total of 5 of them. Yi Tianhua, if you dare to run, you can try. Let's see how we treat the 5 of them." Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was shocked and shouted sternly, "Zhong Chunren, don't tell me that you don't care about the morals of the underworld and attack people who are already seriously injured." Zhong Chunren sneered, "Yi Tianhua, you used a scheme to harm my son and the 2 senior craftsmen of our South County's secret Thunder sect. Do we still need the morals of the underworld to deal with someone like you?" Hearing this, Yi Tianhua sighed again, "Zhong Chunren, I've already said many times that this matter has nothing to do with me. I definitely didn't use a scheme to harm them. There must be another reason. You have to let me investigate it clearly." Zhong Chunren shook his head, "Yi Tianhua, what else is there to investigate? My son has already been harmed by you. What else do you want to investigate? Do you think that I did this? Do you think that I would attack my own son?" At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued, "Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, this is definitely done by your South County's Shadow Alliance. It can't be us. Since your South County's Shadow Alliance has made a mistake, you must take responsibility. Otherwise, I won't agree." Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, you're right. We can't agree. If Yi Tianhua doesn't agree to our conditions, we won't let him leave today." Hearing the words of the two, Yi Tianhua frowned. He quickly searched in his heart before turning to look at Xue Zhijing and said loudly, "Hall Master Xue, since it has already happened, how about this? I can give you some compensation for today's matter, but I really don't have that many gold coins. I can temporarily agree to 1 million gold coins. After this matter is over, I'll give you other compensation. What do you think? No. As soon as Yi Tianhua finished speaking, before Xue Zhizhen could speak, Yuan Weiqing shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, that's absolutely impossible. How can 1 million gold coins be enough? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. We'll only let you go if you give us at least 5 million gold coins. Otherwise, we definitely won't agree. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua frowned and turned to look at Yuan Weiqing. He gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Weiqing, what else do you want? 1 million gold coins is already a lot. Are you still not satisfied? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Chapter 709. Yuan Weiqing laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, do you really think that 1 million gold coins is enough to satisfy our conditions? Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment, but before Yi Tianhua could reply, he snorted coldly and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, you're dreaming. 1 million gold coins, but keep it for yourself. Zhong Chunren said loudly, Yi Tianhua, do you really not want to agree to our conditions? Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, to be honest, I really sympathize with you for losing your son, and I really want to help you. However, your request is too high. 6 million gold coins, I can't take it out no matter what. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Zhong Chunren, if it was 1 million gold coins, I would definitely be willing to help you, but 6 million gold coins, I can't do it. Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and turned to look at Xue Zhizhen, saying loudly, Hallmaster Xue, as you can see, Yi Tianhua won't agree to our conditions. Tell me, what should we do? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizhen sighed inwardly and turned to Yi Tianhua, asking loudly, Yi Tianhua, we want 6 million gold coins, but you're only offering 1 million gold coins. This difference is really too big. I think, why don't you add a bit more and end this matter? Hearing Xue Zhizhen's words, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before slowly saying, Hallmaster Xue, what do you think of 1,500,000 gold coins? After hearing Yi Tianhua's price, Xue Zhizhen shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I've already told you that Deputy Head Zhong offered 6 million gold coins. Even if you want to bargain, you shouldn't offer such a low price. Think about it carefully, how many gold coins can you afford? Yi Tianhua clenched his teeth. After thinking for a long time, he said loudly, Hallmaster Xue, 2 million gold coins is the most I can offer. If you ask for more, I really can't afford it. Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Xue Zhizhen couldn't help but frown. After pondering for a moment, he said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you don't have to think too much about it. If you agree to the 3 million gold coins, I'll discuss it with Vice Hall Master Zhong. What do you think? After hearing Xue Zhizhen's words, Yi Tianhua sighed inwardly. Let alone 3 million gold coins, he couldn't even take out 1 million gold coins. The more gold coins he agreed to, the more he would owe. Although he agreed without hesitation, he was afraid that he would not be so straightforward when it came to returning the favor. Yi Tianhua felt even more unhappy when he thought about how he would have to repay his debt in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua looked up at Xue Zhizhen and said loudly, Xue Zhizhen, 3 million gold coins is too much. It's better to reduce it. If I really borrowed so much gold coins, how am I supposed to return it? Before Xue Zhizhen could reply, Zhong Chunren said loudly, Yi Tianhua, if you didn't want to frame us, this wouldn't have happened. Now we're asking you to pay some gold coins to make up for what you did wrong. Yi Tianhua, is there anything wrong with this? Yuan Weiqing also laughed loudly, that's right, Yi Tianhua. Since you did something wrong, you naturally have to pay the price. Yi Tianhua shook his head, if I really did something wrong, even if I had to pay the price, I, Yi Tianhua, would admit it. However, I don't know about this matter. Why should I admit it and pay so many gold coins as compensation? Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Zhong Chunren was enraged. He pointed at Yi Tianhua and shouted, Yi Tianhua, now that things have come to this, you still dare to deny it. It seems that we have to keep you here and interrogate you properly. Yuan Weiqing raised his arm and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, don't tell me that you don't even acknowledge my arm. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. However, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to reply and continued. Yi Tianhua, there are so many people here. My arm was injured by you. Don't tell me you still dare to deny it. Yi Tianhua shook his head. Yuan Weiqing, I admit that your arm was injured by me. However, don't you know why I hurt you? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. I don't know. I only know that you didn't agree to our Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions. That's why I attacked you. If you had agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions, why would I have attacked you? Yi Tianhua, you can't deny this point, right? Yi Tianhua sighed. Yuan Weiqing, Zhong Chuanren's conditions are so harsh. How could I possibly agree to it? I think that if it were you, you wouldn't agree to it either, right? Yuan Weiqing shook his head and said loudly, why wouldn't I agree? If I had done something wrong, I would definitely agree to it. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua was a little annoyed and said loudly, but what did I do wrong? I don't know anything. Why should I compensate you? Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Zhong Chunren sighed and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng. He said slowly, Hall Master Xue, as you can see, Yi Tianhua refused to agree to our conditions. Hearing this, Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Yi Tianhua and asked loudly, Yi Tianhua, don't tell me you won't even take out 3 million gold coins? Yi Tianhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hall Master Xue, it's not that I don't want to take it out, but I really can't. 3 million gold coins is such a large sum, how can I take it out? Zhong Chunren sneered. Yi Tianhua, since you can't take it out, why don't you agree to my second condition? As long as you take out 500,000 gold coins, wouldn't it be simple? Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head again. Zhong Chunren, I won't agree to 5 years of free information because this is not a small matter. If anything goes wrong, how can I face all the brothers of the South County Shadow Alliance? Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Zhong Chunren shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, since you know that you have let down all the brothers of the South County Shadow Alliance, why did you do such a thing? Yuan Weiqing also shouted, Yi Tianhua, you must take responsibility for what you have done today. Otherwise, we will definitely not let you go. Yi Tianhua sighed and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng. He said slowly, Hall Master Xue, do you really want to cause a fight between our two gangs? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren said loudly, Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, even if it causes a fight between the two gangs, it will be because of you. Even if the brothers ask about it, they will hate you. When Yi Tianhua heard this, he shook his head. Zhong Chunren, how is this related to me? Although we sold you information about the flaming stones, the snow leopard incident was your own fault for not protecting it well. How can you blame us? Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, if you didn't do it on purpose, why would we not protect it well? Yi Tianhua, we have many masters in the secret thunder sect of the South County. If we knew that there was a snow leopard beside the flaming stone, why didn't we send masters to protect it? In the end, you deliberately hid it and wanted to harm the secret thunder sect of the South County. At this point, Yi Tianhua, you still dare to say that it has nothing to do with you. Don't you think it's ridiculous? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng before continuing, Hall Master Xue, I don't think we can negotiate our terms. Please take down Yi Tianhua. Only then will he agree to our terms. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng was in a dilemma. On one side was his Vice Hall Master, and on the other side was the boss of the South County Shadow Alliance. If he agreed to Zhong Chuanren's terms, Xue Zhizheng was sure that it would cause a fight between the two gangs. However, if he did not agree to Zhong Chuanren's terms, Zhong Chuanren's words made sense. If what Zhong Chunren said was true and this matter was deliberately set up by Yi Tianhua, then this matter was quite serious. Yi Tianhua deliberately set up the secret thunder sect of the South County and used a trap to kill 2 of their high-level blacksmiths. Although the secret thunder sect of the South County had lost 2 high-level blacksmiths, it did not affect their strength much. However, if this kind of trap was used again, even if they lost another 2 high-level blacksmiths, it would have a great impact on the strength of the secret thunder sect of the South County. The secret thunder sect of the South County only had a total of 10 high-level blacksmiths. If they lost too many, The secret thunder sect of the South County would not be able to operate anymore. Thinking of this result, Xue Zhizheng felt a little uneasy. In fact, he did not believe that Yi Tianhua would do such a thing. However, if what Zhong Chunren said was true, then this matter would be terrible. Once Yi Tianhua went back to hide, they would never be able to find Yi Tianhua again. Most importantly, the secret thunder sect of the South County needed too many ores. It was unrealistic for them to rely on themselves to find them. They could only rely on buying information from the South County Shadow Alliance to support the huge amount of ores they needed. As long as they bought information, it was very likely that they would fall into Yi Tianhua's trap. At that time, wouldn't it be like what Zhong Chunren said, that Yi Tianhua would gradually weaken them? It was precisely because of this reason that even if Xue Zhizheng believed that Yi Tianhua would not do such a thing, he had to be on guard. This was because this was an unsolvable problem. The secret thunder sect of the South County had to buy information from the South County Shadow Alliance. Yi Tianhua also had many opportunities to frame the secret thunder sect of the South County. According to Zhong Chunren, as long as Yi Tianhua borrowed a large amount of gold coins, Yi Tianhua would not have time to frame the secret thunder sect of the South County. Zhong Chunren saw that Xue Zhizheng did not answer him for a long time, so he quickly said, "Hall Master Xue, don't hesitate anymore. Yi Tianhua is obviously playing with us. If we continue to hesitate, Yi Tianhua will take the opportunity to run away. That will be terrible." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng nodded. He raised his head to look at Yi Tianhua and said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, you are indeed wrong in this matter. It is because of your fault that Vice Hall Master Zhong's son was killed by the snow leopard. The two high-level blacksmiths of the secret thunder sect of the South County were also killed because of this matter. Yuan Weiqing and LV Hushan were also seriously injured because of this matter. Yi Tianhua, now that things have come to this, I think you should agree to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions. With so many grudges, it is impossible to resolve them." At this point, Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. "Yi Tianhua, I know that we are indeed asking for a lot of gold coins, but as long as you do it sincerely, you can still raise these gold coins. Yi Tianhua, I don't want to cause a fight between the two gangs, but if you don't compensate for what you have done, then I have no choice but to attack you." After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua frowned and suddenly sneered, "Hall Master Xue, do you think that with just the three of you, you can subdue me?" Xue Zhizheng shook his head. "Yi Tianhua, of course we can't do it with just the three of us, but if we use our thunderbolt pills, I believe it shouldn't be difficult to keep you here, right?" After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head. "Hall Master Xue, you underestimate me too much. Even if you have the thunderbolt pills, do you think you have a sure win?" At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to answer him. "Xue Zhizheng, that's impossible. No matter how powerful the thunderbolt pills are, they are still mere worldly possessions. If you want to rely on these things to fight me, I'm afraid it's not enough." After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, "Yi Tianhua, won't you know if our thunderbolt pills are effective after you try?" Yuan Weiqing also shouted loudly, "Yi Tianhua, since you don't believe in the power of our thunderbolt pills, then I'll show you." As he spoke, Yuan Weiqing suddenly waved his left hand and two thunderbolt pills flew towards Yi Tianhua, one on the left and one on the right. Yi Tianhua was shocked when he saw Yuan Weiqing suddenly make a move. He also saw that the two thunderclap pills had already sealed off the left and right sides. He had no choice but to stomp on the ground with both feet. His whole body bounced up into the air, and with a flip, he jumped to the side. The two thunderbolt pills flew past Yi Tianhua's feet and hit a nearby tree, instantly exploding. Feeling the hot air rushing towards him, Yi Tianhua was even more shocked. This was only two thunderbolt pills sent out at the same time, and it was already very dangerous. If there were more, it would seal off his left and right sides, then it would be difficult for him to dodge. Thinking of this, Yi Tianhua's forehead gradually broke out in cold sweat. His entire body became nervous as he tried to think of a way to deal with the situation in front of him. Looking at Yi Tianhua's nervous appearance, Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, "Yi Tianhua, I see that you are very nervous. Are you afraid of 2 thunderbolt pills sent out at the same time? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply. Chapter 710. Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, since you're afraid of 2 thunderbolt pills, what do you think will happen if we throw 10 thunderbolt pills at the same time? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was shocked. Cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Zhong Chunren, are you really going to attack me? Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, do you think we're joking? Let me tell you, our patience is limited. If you don't agree to our terms, we'll really attack you. When that happens, it'll be too late for regrets. Yuan Weiqing shouted, Yi Tianhua, if you know what's good for you, you'd better agree to our terms. If you don't, the next time we throw thunderbolt pills, it won't just be 1 or 2. It'll be 10 or 20 thunderbolt pills. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, Yi Tianhua, I admit that you are skilled in martial arts, but I don't believe that you can escape from a sky full of thunderbolts. Xue Zhizheng sighed, Yi Tianhua, I think you should agree to our terms. Although your martial arts are strong, I'm afraid you're no match for us. To avoid unnecessary injuries, you should agree. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua sneered, Hallmaster Xue, is this your answer? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he did not wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply and continued to speak. Hallmaster Xue, if you're not afraid of causing a fight between the 2 gangs, then let me tell you, don't blame me for going all out. If there's any damage, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. This is all because of you. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Xue Zhizheng was shocked. Although Yi Tianhua's tone was calm, he could tell that Yi Tianhua was not going to hold back this time. If they really dared to attack Yi Tianhua this time, with Yi Tianhua's martial arts, even if the 3 of them had the thunderclap pills, it would not be easy to escape unscathed with Yi Tianhua's full strength. Perhaps, Yuan Weiqing's end would be their end. Seeing that Xue Zhizheng was hesitating again, Zhong Chunren hurriedly said, Yi Tianhua, you still dare to threaten us? Let me tell you, no one can escape from the thunderbolt pills of our South County's secret thunder sect, not even you. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sneered, Zhong Chunren, since you are so confident, then let's give it a try. Let's see if your thunderbolt ball is faster or if my sword is faster. Xue Zhizheng said slowly, Yi Tianhua, do you really want to see a fight between our 2 sects? Yi Tianhua shook his head. Hallmaster Xue, I'm not the one who wants to cause a war between the 2 gangs. It's you. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, Hallmaster Xue, if you didn't attack me, why would I attack you? If our 2 sects really start a fight, the responsibility will be on your side. It has nothing to do with me. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren roared, Yi Tianhua, don't quibble. If you were willing to agree to our conditions, why would we attack you? Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, even if it causes a fight between our 2 sects, it's all because you don't want to solve our problem. Yuan Weiqing sneered, Yi Tianhua, you injured my arm, but you refuse to compensate me. I believe that no matter how you explain this, you will be the unreasonable party. If our 2 sects really start a fight, it will be your responsibility. It's because you refused to compensate us that the fight started. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at Yuan Weiqing and shouted sternly, Yuan Weiqing, I've already said that the injury on your arm was caused by your sneak attack on me. I unintentionally injured you. Don't tell me that I'm also responsible for this. Yuan Weiqing sneered, Yi Tianhua, let me ask you. Did you injure my arm? Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and said, I admit that I did injure your arm, but that's because you attacked me first. That's why I was able to injure you. Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued. Yuan Weiqing, you have to be reasonable. Are you saying that I can't retaliate when you attacked me? If I didn't retaliate, I would be the one injured. At that time, will you compensate me? Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. He then said loudly, Yi Tianhua, let me tell you. When I attacked you just now, even if you didn't retaliate, I definitely wouldn't have hurt you. My goal was only to restrain you. Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment before continuing, Yi Tianhua, if you had agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong's conditions earlier, why would I have attacked you? The reason why I attacked you was because I just said that if I really wanted to hurt you, I wouldn't have attacked you. All I had to do was continue to throw thunderbolt balls at you. Yi Tianhua, do you have the confidence to dodge my thunderbolt balls? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua frowned and sneered. Yuan Weiqing, do you think that I'll believe your words? Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to answer him and continued. Yuan Weiqing, when you attacked me, I'm sure you know better than anyone else where your knife was aimed at, right? If I didn't feel that danger was approaching, why would I attack you and injure you? Yuan Weiqing, you can't deny this. If I didn't retaliate, I'm afraid that I would be dead by now. At that time, will you compensate me for injuring me? Yes. Hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately replied loudly, Yi Tianhua, if I had injured you, I would definitely compensate you. What you said just now was wrong. When I attacked you, I did aim at your vitals. However, don't you think that it was a feint? If I had attacked your vitals, would you have cared? Who knows, you might have taken advantage of this to injure me even more. Nonsense. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua was instantly enraged and shouted sternly. Yuan Weiqing, you have to be responsible for your words. When you attacked my vitals just now, it was definitely not a feint. Although we were in the smoke and my back was facing you, your knife couldn't have hidden from me. I'm sure that if I didn't retaliate with all my might, I would have been seriously injured. Yuan Weiqing, why are you so ruthless towards me? What are your intentions? Yuan Weiqing gritted his teeth and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you said it yourself. We were in the smoke and your back was facing me. How can you be sure that I attacked your vitals with all my might? Hearing this, Yi Tianhua sighed, if I can't even feel this, then all my years of martial arts training would have been in vain. Yuan Weiqing, I can tell you for sure that you attacked me with all your might and attacked my vitals. I believe that if I didn't dodge or retaliate, with that attack of yours, even if it didn't kill me, it would have crippled me. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. But immediately after, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he sighed again and said slowly, in the pugilistic world, even if you meet someone who has a grudge against you, you might not be so ruthless. But you, before the situation is clear, you attacked me so viciously. Yi Tianhua turned to look at Xue Zhizheng and said loudly, Hallmaster Xue, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have crippled Yuan Weiqing with that attack. I would have ended his life. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng to reply and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, don't make it sound so nice. Even if your martial arts are strong, could you have killed me in that state? At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused and snorted coldly before continuing, Yi Tianhua, don't try to lie to us. I can tell you that the sword you used to injure me was your full strength. As for what you said about showing mercy, hehe, it would be strange if I believed you. Hearing that Yuan Weiqing didn't believe him, Yi Tianhua laughed coldly and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, since you don't believe me, it's fine. I can let you try once and you'll believe me. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment before continuing, however, I'm afraid you'll be hurt even more and you might regret it. Hearing Yi Tianhua threaten Yuan Weiqing, Zhong Chunren suddenly said loudly, Yi Tianhua, do you think you're so great just because you have high martial arts? Let me tell you, if Yuan Weiqing hadn't attacked you just now and all of us attacked you with the thunderbolt pills, you would have been killed by us. Yi Tianhua, think about it carefully. Could you have dodged our attacks in that state? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned. Although they were in the smoke just now, he knew that after Yuan Weiqing attacked him, Zhong Chunren stopped throwing thunderbolt pills. In fact, it was really dangerous just now. Yi Tianhua was suddenly attacked by the thunderbolt ball, and before he could react, he was already surrounded by the thunderbolt ball. If it was like before, Zhong Chunren and the others would throw a few thunderbolt balls at once, then Yi Tianhua couldn't guarantee that he would be able to dodge the thunderbolt ball's attack. If too many thunderbolt pills were thrown out and formed a net of attacks, then Yi Tianhua would have nowhere to hide and would definitely be hit by the thunderbolt pills. If he was hit by one thunderbolt pill, with Yi Tianhua's martial arts, he should be able to hold on for a while. However, If he was hit by 2 thunderbolt pills, it would be impossible for him to continue fighting. It was because of this that Yi Tianhua wanted to help Yuan Weiqing when he was injured and help him stand up again. It didn't matter if Yuan Weiqing did it intentionally or not, he still saved him once. With Yi Tianhua's temper, he would definitely repay any kindness. Seeing that Yi Tianhua didn't answer his question, Zhong Chunren sneered, "Yi Tianhua, I was right. If we weren't afraid of hurting Yuan Weiqing just now, you would have been killed by us. Shouldn't you be thanking Yuan Weiqing?" After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly shouted, "Yi Tianhua, Vice Hall Leader Zhong is right. If it wasn't for me, you would have been blown to pieces by the thunderbolt pills. How could you still be standing here talking to us?" At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused. He raised his injured arm and said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, I saved you. Not only are you not grateful, you even want to attack me again. Yi Tianhua, do you still have a conscience? Is this how you treat your savior?" After hearing the two's words, Yi Tianhua calmed himself down and said slowly, "Yuan Weiqing, because you unintentionally saved me this time, I want to give you 100,000 gold coins to help you stand up again." At this point, Yi Tianhua paused and sneered before continuing, "If it wasn't for this reason, Yuan Weiqing, do you think I have so much gold coins that I don't know where to spend them?" After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing shook his head and sneered, "Yi Tianhua, you heard it just now. If you want me to cultivate again, 100,000 gold coins is useless. If you really want to repay me, then give me 3 million gold coins as repayment for saving your life. What do you think?" After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua shook his head, "Yuan Weiqing, although you indirectly saved me once, I only have 100,000 gold coins. This is already the best I can do. As for the 3 million gold coins you mentioned." At this point, Yi Tianhua sighed, "Yuan Weiqing, where am I going to find 3 million gold coins for you? Moreover, although you saved me just now, you still attacked me and wanted to sneak attack me. Giving you 100,000 gold coins is already the best I can do. If you are still not satisfied, then there is nothing I can do." After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren didn't wait for Yuan Weiqing to speak and sneered, "Yi Tianhua, is this how you treat your savior? Yi Tianhua, you disappoint me too much. If Yuan Weiqing hadn't blocked in front of me just now, I would have thrown out 5 thunderbolt balls at the same time and you would definitely not have survived. Yi Tianhua, when you are seriously injured, do you think you can still resist? Yi Tianhua, if you know how to repay kindness, then quickly agree to Yuan Weiqing's conditions and help him stand up again. You, Yi Tianhua, are a kind person." After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sighed, "Zhong Chunren, I also want to compensate Yuan Weiqing, but I really don't have 3 million gold coins. What can I do?" Chapter 711. Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly, "Yi Tianhua, if it wasn't for Yuan Weiqing, you would have been badly injured by our thunderbolt balls. How would you have the chance to bargain with us? Yi Tianhua, you owe Yuan Weiqing a debt of gratitude, yet you don't even think about repaying him. Even though 3 million gold coins is indeed a lot, but compared to you, is 3 million gold coins really a lot?" Yi Tianhua shook his head, "Zhong Chunren, how can you compare me like this?" At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he continued. "Even though Yuan Weiqing saved me, but at the same time, he did launch a sneak attack on me. If I didn't retaliate, I might have been seriously injured by him. If that's the case, Zhong Chunren, let me ask you, should I thank him or hate him?" Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly, "Yi Tianhua, no matter what Yuan Weiqing did, the end result was that he saved you. This point, no matter what you say, will not change. Yi Tianhua, if you are a hero, then quickly agree to Yuan Weiqing's terms and repay him for saving your life." Yuan Weiqing suddenly said loudly, "Yi Tianhua, I admit that I did want to launch a sneak attack on you, but don't forget, if I didn't launch a sneak attack on you and continued to attack you with the thunderbolt balls, you would definitely have been seriously injured. Yi Tianhua, I only launched a sneak attack on you to subdue you, not to injure you. But, you retaliated and crippled me. Yi Tianhua, even though we are enemies, but no matter what, if it wasn't for me, you would have been subdued long ago. Just because of this point, shouldn't you be grateful to me? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, then nodded and said slowly, Yuan Weiqing, I admit that you are right, but don't forget that when you attacked me, you were aiming for my vitals. If I didn't retaliate with all my might and block your attack, I'm afraid that my fate would be the same as being hit by those Thunderbolt Kings, right? Yuan Weiqing shook his head. Yi Tianhua, I've already said that the attack I used on you was just a feint. If you had given up on resisting, I would have stopped there and definitely wouldn't have hurt you. Because of this, when you attacked me, I wasn't prepared. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but laugh coldly. Yuan Weiqing, don't you think this is funny? You attacked me because you weren't prepared for my attack. Really funny? Yuan Weiqing's face turned slightly red, and he shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, so what? Anyway, I attacked you just now to subdue you. I definitely didn't want to hurt you. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, before Yi Tianhua could say anything, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you heard it, right? Yuan Weiqing didn't want to hurt you, he only wanted to subdue you, and then make you agree to my conditions. Don't you understand? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he suddenly turned around and pointed at an Hongda and Du Wudai in the distance, minding his own business, and continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, you saw it too. If we really wanted to hurt you, why did we only injure an Hongda and Du Wudai, and not cripple them like you did? I believe that under such circumstances, it wouldn't be difficult for us to cripple an Hongda and Du Wudai. It could even be said that it would be an easy task, but we didn't do so, because our goal was to make you agree to our conditions. Yi Tianhua, what about you? At this point, Zhong Chunren suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was filled with sorrow. After a while, Zhong Chunren lowered his head to look at Yi Tianhua and shouted sternly, Yi Tianhua, look at what you've done. Although there were some extreme actions in our conversation, you took this opportunity to injure LV Hushan, and then cripple Yuan Weiqing. Yi Tianhua, don't you know our goal? We only wanted you to agree to our conditions, we didn't want to cause a fight between our two gangs. However, you took advantage of this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to us. You seriously injured LV Hushan and Yuan Weiqing, causing them to lose their ability to fight and weaken our side's strength. Yi Tianhua, now that things have come to this, I really can't figure out what you want to do. But not only did you not agree to our conditions, you even said that we wanted to cause a fight between the two gangs. What are your intentions? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was a little annoyed and said loudly, Zhong Chunren, according to what you said, even if you attacked me, I couldn't fight back. Zhong Chunren shook his head and said with a cold smile, Yi Tianhua, if you agreed to our conditions, why would we attack you? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Yi Tianhua to answer him. Yi Tianhua, don't we know that your martial arts are higher than ours? We clearly know that your martial arts are higher than ours, but we still attacked you. Don't you know why? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and shouted at the top of his lungs. Yi Tianhua, this is for justice. You did something wrong, so you have to pay the price. It is for justice that we attacked you even though we knew that we were not your match. Yi Tianhua, why didn't you agree to our conditions? Don't tell me that you shouldn't make up for what you did wrong. Hearing Zhong Chunren's shout, Yi Tianhua sighed. Zhong Chunren, I sympathize with your situation and I also want to compensate you, but your conditions are too high. Where am I supposed to find so many gold coins for you? Zhong Chunren, if your conditions weren't high, I would have agreed long ago. Why wait until now? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head with a cold smile. Yi Tianhua, you harmed my son, crippled Yuan Weiqing, and seriously injured LV Hushan. Let me ask you, if you only want 100,000 gold coins to solve the problem, would you be willing? At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Yi Tianhua to answer him and continued with a cold smile. Yi Tianhua, if you dare to say that you're willing, then I won't say anything else. I won't even take the 100,000 gold coins. What do you think? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua naturally knew that he was really angry and quickly said, Zhong Chunren, I didn't say that I don't care about you. I'm just saying that you let me go back and investigate to see what the problem is so that we can make the corresponding compensation. Is there anything wrong with that? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, at this point, you're still quibbling. The matter is very clear. It was you who did it. Other than you, no one else can do this even if they wanted to. Is this fake? Yi Tianhua shook his head, Zhong Chunren, no matter what you say, I can only tell you that this matter has nothing to do with me. As for whether it has anything to do with the South County Shadow Alliance, I have to go back and investigate. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing, who was standing at the side, suddenly shouted, Yi Tianhua, such a big thing has happened. Now, do you still want to leave? At this point, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment, but then, he did not wait for Yi Tianhua to answer his words and shouted loudly. Yi Tianhua, don't even think about it. No matter what, if you don't agree to our conditions today, you can forget about leaving. Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, Yuan Weiqing saved your life, but you're not even willing to repay him. This is obvious. What's wrong with you? Even if I had doubts about this matter in the past, through this matter, I can be sure that you did it. Yi Tianhua, even if you want to quibble, we won't believe you anymore. Yi Tianhua gritted his teeth and said angrily, Zhong Chunren, how many times have I told you? This matter has nothing to do with me. If it has something to do with me, I'll definitely compensate you. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Zhong Chunren pointed at Yuan Weiqing and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, then let me ask you. Did Yuan Weiqing save your life just now? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, then smiled bitterly and nodded. Zhong Chunren, just now, although Yuan Weiqing was sneak attacking me, he did block your Thunderbolt Ball attack. I won't deny this. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he continued. But it's because of this reason that I let bygones be bygones and agreed to give Yuan Weiqing 100,000 gold coins as compensation. What else do you want? Zhong Chunren sneered, Yi Tianhua, Yuan Weiqing suffered such a serious injury and you only want to give him 100,000 gold coins to settle this matter. Don't you think that's a little too little? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua sneered, Zhong Chunren, although Yuan Weiqing saved me, he was still sneak attacking me. I let bygones be bygones and still want to give him 100,000 gold coins. What else do you want me to do? Zhong Chunren shook his head, Yi Tianhua, if you only want to take out 100,000 gold coins, then I advise you to forget about it. Do you think that 100,000 gold coins is enough to compensate Yuan Weiqing? Yuan Weiqing has already been crippled by you. If he wants to stand up again and recover his martial arts, he won't be able to recover without a large amount of elixirs. 100,000 gold coins can't even buy a single elixir. What's the use of it? Yi Tianhua shook his head, Zhong Chunren, if Yuan Weiqing didn't sneak attack me, how would he be injured? In the end, it's all his fault that he was injured by me because he had bad intentions. If Yuan Weiqing wants to stand up again, it will all depend on my help. Let me tell you, that's impossible. I don't have the obligation to help him. I didn't attack him first, I was only defending myself. Zhong Chunren, even if I don't compensate him at all, I won't feel guilty. Do you understand? Zhong Chunren shook his head and sneered, Yi Tianhua, is this how you treat your benefactor? Yi Tianhua turned his head to look at Yuan Weiqing and asked in a deep voice, Yuan Weiqing, why did you sneak attack me? Hearing Yi Tianhua's question, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. Then he said loudly, Yi Tianhua, why would I sneak attack you? I just said that I saw that you didn't agree to Vice Hall Leader Zhong's conditions. In a moment of crisis, I wanted to go up and restrain you. But you dealt a heavy blow to me and injured my arm. Yi Tianhua, I really regret it. If I didn't attack you, you would have been blown up by the Thunderbolt Ball. I wouldn't have ended up like this. Hearing this, Yi Tianhua shook his head, Yuan Weiqing, you're lying. If you just wanted to restrain me, you didn't have to attack my vitals. Since you attacked my vitals, you must have wanted to injure me severely. Yuan Weiqing, am I right? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, I just said that the attack I used on you was just a feint. If you didn't resist, my attack wouldn't have hurt you. Yi Tianhua shook his head, that's not right. Yuan Weiqing, you used all your strength in that attack. If you wanted to change your attack, even I wouldn't be able to change my attack, let alone you. Yuan Weiqing, you're lying. Your real aim was to hurt me. After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing immediately shook his head. No, Yi Tianhua, you're wrong. I didn't use all my strength. If I wanted to change my attack, I could have done it. At this point, Yuan Weiqing paused for a moment. Then, without waiting for Yi Tianhua to reply, he continued speaking. Yi Tianhua, your back was facing me. Naturally, you couldn't see my attack. Although you could feel that my attack was aimed at your vitals, you definitely couldn't feel the strength of my attack. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Yi Tianhua suddenly laughed coldly. Yuan Weiqing, you can't feel the strength of your attack. Do you think I can't hear it? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused and snorted coldly before continuing. Yuan Weiqing, let me tell you. The moment you rushed into the smoke, I could feel that you used all your strength. Otherwise, with your martial arts, you wouldn't have been able to achieve that kind of strength. Yuan Weiqing, at this point, I advise you not to quibble. No matter what, you were the one who attacked me first. That's why I was forced to retaliate. Yuan Weiqing, in this situation, do you still expect me to compensate you? After hearing Yi Tianhua's words, Yuan Weiqing was stunned again. Zhong Chunren suddenly shouted from the side. Yi Tianhua, let me tell you. If Yuan Weiqing didn't attack just now, you would have been hit by our thunderbolt balls. How could we allow you to spout nonsense here? Chapter 7:12. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua laughed coldly. Zhong Chunren, are you saying that I should thank Yuan Weiqing for sneaking up on me? Zhong Chunren nodded. Yuan Weiqing may have sneaked up on you, but you weren't injured. But if he hadn't, you would definitely have been injured by the thunderbolt pill. Yi Tianhua, shouldn't you be thanking Yuan Weiqing for this? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua couldn't help but laugh. Zhong Chunren, according to you, not only should I not hate Yuan Weiqing, but I should also be grateful to him. I even have to compensate him with 3 million gold coins. Zhong Chunren nodded, that's right. Even if Yuan Weiqing sneaked up on you, he would at most have injured you. But if you were hit by the thunderbolt pill, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as just being injured. You might even be killed by the thunderbolt pill. So, Yi Tianhua, you should compensate Yuan Weiqing to express your gratitude. Yi Tianhua laughed coldly. Zhong Chunren, just because Yuan Weiqing tried to sneak up on me, I have to give him 3 million gold coins to repay him? At this point, Yi Tianhua paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply, he laughed coldly and continued, stop dreaming. Zhong Chunren, stop dreaming. Yuan Weiqing definitely wants to sneak attack me. He attacked me ruthlessly. I can already feel it through the wind from his saber. I can tell you clearly that if I didn't retaliate, Yuan Weiqing's blade alone would have severely injured me. Also, let me tell you, if Yuan Weiqing didn't sneak up on me, do you really think that I wouldn't have been able to dodge your thunderbolt pill? Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Yi Tianhua, I don't believe that you can dodge the attacks of so many thunderbolt pills with the three of us working together. Yuan Weiqing also said loudly, Yi Tianhua, no matter how strong an expert is, he won't be able to dodge the attacks of the thunderbolt pill with the three of us working together. After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Zhong Chunren nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, let me tell you, it is possible for you to escape from the three of us. If Yuan Weiqing hadn't ambushed you just now, and we were afraid of injuring you, I'm afraid we would have attacked you with dozens of thunderclap pills. At that time, under the inescapable net of the thunderclap pills, unless you can fly, you definitely won't be able to escape the attack of the thunderclap pills. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Yi Tianhua was secretly shocked. If Zhong Chunren and the other two could throw out dozens of thunderbolt pills at the same time and form an inescapable net in the air, it would really be impossible for him to dodge the thunderbolt pills. Seeing that Yi Tianhua's expression had become somewhat unsightly, Zhong Chunren felt quite pleased and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, The reason why we haven't attacked you yet is because we don't want to cause a fight between our two factions. Don't you understand? Xue Zhizheng, who had been silent all this time, sighed at this time and said loudly, Yi Tianhua, you should agree to their conditions. If the three of us really attacked you with our full strength, no matter how high your martial arts are, I'm afraid you won't be able to dodge our attacks. At that time, if you are injured by the thunderclap pills, it might immediately cause a fight between our two factions. At that time, it will be too late for regrets. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua sighed and said slowly, Hall Master Xue, it's not that I don't want to agree to your conditions, but Zhong Chuanren's conditions are too high. How can I agree? Hearing Yi Tianhua's answer, Xue Zhizheng sighed in his heart. Not to mention Yi Tianhua, he believed that no matter who it was, it wouldn't be easy for them to take out 6 million gold coins. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Zhong Chunren. Just as he was about to speak, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and said, Hall Master Xue, don't tell me you still believe Yi Tianhua's words. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but immediately after, he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng to reply and continued. Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua doesn't really want to agree to our conditions. Don't you understand? Even if I reduce the amount of gold coins, Yi Tianhua still won't agree. Because his true goal isn't to agree to our conditions, but to take advantage of the situation to anger us. Then, he will secretly attack and weaken our strength when we are unprepared. Hall Master Xue, you don't need to persuade him anymore. Hurry up and prepare for battle. After hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng turned to look at Yi Tianhua and said with a bitter smile, Yi Tianhua, tell me, how many gold coins will it take for you to agree to our conditions? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Yi Tianhua was stunned for a moment. After thinking carefully for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Hall Master Xue, if Zhong Chunren is willing, I am willing to take out 3 million gold coins. At this point, Yi Tianhua paused and added, Hall Master Xue, my 3 million gold coins aren't just for Zhong Chunren, but for the two of them. As for how they will split it, I don't want to ask. What do you think? Hearing Yi Tianhua's reply, Xue Zhizheng hurriedly turned to look at Zhong Chunren. Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and turned to look at Xue Zhizheng, saying in a low voice, Hall Master Xue, don't believe his words. Yuan Weiqing and I asked for a total of 6 million gold coins, but he only gave us 3 million gold coins. The conditions are too different from what we asked for. We can't agree. Hearing Zhong Chuanren's words, Xue Zhizheng frowned and said in a low voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, I think this is already Yi Tianhua's limit. If we ask for more, I'm afraid he won't agree. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren suddenly sighed and said slowly, Xue Zhizheng, you also know about Yuan Weiqing's situation. Can we just watch Yuan Weiqing continue to be dispirited? Yuan Weiqing's arm is already crippled. Logically speaking, we have the responsibility to help him stand up again. But you also heard what I said just now. If we want Yuan Weiqing to stand up again, we will need a large amount of elixirs and a brilliant sword manual. At this point, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment. But then, without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to reply, he continued. Hall Master Xue, where will these elixirs come from? Where will the brilliant sword manual come from? Won't these all cost gold coins? How many gold coins will a precious elixir cost? I'm afraid that 100,000 gold coins won't be enough. If Yuan Weiqing wants to stand up again, will a precious elixir be enough? No, far from enough. If we want Yuan Weiqing to stand up again and become a character like the one-armed Saber King, 1 or 2 precious elixirs are far from enough. We need a large amount of elixirs. Hall Master Xue, with so many elixirs, how many gold coins will we need to buy them all? Also, a brilliant sword manual. Of course, an ordinary sword manual won't do. We need the best sword manual to help Yuan Weiqing stand up again. However, was the best saber art so easy to obtain? Impossible. If it was really that easy to obtain a high-energy saber, then there would be experts everywhere. If we want to obtain a brilliant sword manual, gold coins won't be enough. We also need an opportunity. In other words, even if someone sells us a brilliant sword manual. Hall Master Xue, how many gold coins do you think we should spend to buy a brilliant sword manual? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused before continuing. Hall Master Shui, I've already calculated just now. I asked Yi Tianhua for 3 million gold coins. I'm afraid it's only enough to buy spiritual herbs. As for the gold coins to buy the saber technique, I'm afraid our secret thunder sect in the South County will pay for him. Hall Master Shui, if Yi Tianhua only gives us 3 million gold coins, how do you think we should split it? Yuan Weiqing needs gold coins to stand up again. Do you want to give him all 3 million gold coins? Hall Master Shui, my son was killed by Yi Tianhua. Don't tell me I can't even get a single gold coin as compensation. Do you think this is fair? It's not that I don't agree to Yi Tianhua's conditions, but we do have our difficulties. With Yuan Weiqing's condition, if we want him to stand up again, Hall Master Shui, 3 million gold coins won't be enough. I'm afraid we'll have to add a lot of gold coins to help him stand up again. If that's the case, what will happen to us? Hall Master Shui, think about it. Yi Tianhua first killed my son and then injured Yuan Weiqing, crippling him. Then he'll pay us 3 million gold coins and this matter will be settled. But what about us? Yuan Weiqing's 3 million gold coins won't be enough. Even if I give him the 3 million gold coins that Yi Tianhua gave him, we'll have to add at least 2 million gold coins to help him stand up again. Hall Master Shui, in the end, my son was killed by Yi Tianhua and I'll have to pay 2 million gold coins. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhizheng couldn't help but frown. Zhong Chunren's words were very reasonable. Yuan Weiqing needed too much gold coins. If he wanted to stand up again and practice martial arts like the one-armed sword king, he would need a large amount of investment. According to Zhong Chunren, 3 million gold coins really didn't seem to be enough. If Yi Tianhua had only paid 3 million gold coins, perhaps Zhong Chunren would have really taken out 2 million gold coins to compensate Yuan Weiqing. At the end of the day, Yuan Weiqing was here to help Zhong Chunren. It could be said that Yuan Weiqing was crippled because of Zhong Chunren. Under this kind of situation, if Zhong Chunren didn't care about Yuan Weiqing, then where would he put his face in the future? In other words, if Zhong Chunren was in trouble in the future, who would dare to help him? It was because of this reason that Zhong Chunren had to take care of Yuan Weiqing's matter. Thinking of this, Shui Zhizheng somewhat understood Zhong Chunren's difficulties. If Yi Tianhua paid 6 million gold coins, then at least Zhong Chunren wouldn't have to pay any compensation. Shui Zhizheng sighed, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Interceding for Yi Tianhua, Zhong Chunren was looking at the compensation. While Zhong Chunren sought justice, Shui Zhizheng knew that it was almost impossible for Yi Tianhua to take out 6 million gold coins. Thinking left and right, Shui Zhizheng suddenly fell into a dilemma, not knowing who to help. If he helped Zhong Chunren and got Yi Tianhua to agree to pay 6 million gold coins, Shui Zhizheng was most worried that Yi Tianhua wouldn't agree no matter what, causing a fight between the two gangs. This was not a result that Shui Zhizheng wanted to see. But if he helped Yi Tianhua, he would be letting Zhong Chunren and Yuan Weiqing down. In the past, there was only Zhong Chunren's problem, so Yi Tianhua would grit his teeth and agree to 3 million gold coins. But who would have thought that Yuan Weiqing's matter would be added to it? Now, Yuan Weiqing was the one who spent the most money. If he wanted to stand up again, he would probably need 4 to 5 million gold coins. Under this kind of situation, who should pay the gold coins? It was unreasonable to let Zhong Chunren pay. Zhong Chunren's son had already been killed by the snow leopard. If he were to pay the gold coins, it would be unreasonable. But if he let Yi Tianhua pay the gold coins, Yi Tianhua would definitely not be willing. Because Yuan Weiqing was injured by Yi Tianhua when he ambushed him. In this situation, even if Yi Tianhua didn't pay a single gold coin, Shui Zhizheng didn't think it was unreasonable. If Yi Tianhua didn't pay the gold coins, then Zhong Chunren would take the gold coins. Shui Zhizheng felt a headache coming on. There was only one way to solve this problem. That was to ignore Yuan Weiqing. As long as there was no big spender, Yi Tianhua could compensate Zhong Chunren for his loss by paying 3 million gold coins. This matter would be over. The problem was, could he really ignore Yuan Weiqing? Yuan Weiqing had come to help Zhong Chunren and had been speaking up for Zhong Chunren. In the end, he was crippled by Yi Tianhua. Then, No one cared about him? Xue Zhizheng blushed when he thought about this. He definitely couldn't ignore Yuan Weiqing. Thinking about how Yuan Weiqing was a big spender, Xue Zhizheng suddenly had an idea. If Yuan Weiqing didn't cultivate martial arts again and just became an ordinary person, then he wouldn't have to waste so many gold coins. Thinking of this, Xue Zhizheng's mind suddenly became active. In the future, even if Yuan Weiqing didn't cultivate, he believed that with the secret Thunder sect in the South County taking care of him, he wouldn't suffer. Xue Zhizheng looked up at Zhong Chunren and hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Vice Hall Master Zhong, the most expensive thing now is Yuan Weiqing's arm. If you don't let Yuan Weiqing cultivate martial arts, then wouldn't you save a lot of gold coins? Yi Tianhua's compensation of 3 million gold coins, isn't that enough? Hearing Xue Zhizheng's suggestion, Zhong Chunren was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly sneered, Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing came to help me. Now that his arm is injured, you want me to ignore him? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment before continuing, Hall Master Xue, if I don't care about Yuan Weiqing, how can I live in the future? At that time, everyone will know that I, Zhong Chunren, am a disloyal person. If I have any trouble in the future, Hall Master Xue, do you think anyone will dare to help me? After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng sighed, but he still forced a smile. Vice Hall Master Zhong, let's talk nicely. Chapter 713. After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Xue, what do you think I should do? If I don't ask Yi Tianhua for the gold coins, am I supposed to take them myself? Hall Master Xue, my son has already been killed by the snow leopard and you still want me to take out a few million gold coins? Do you think this is reasonable? Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but he didn't wait for Xue Zhizheng's reply and continued to speak. Furthermore, Yuan Weiqing's matter has nothing to do with me. His arm was injured by Yi Tianhua. Does that mean Yi Tianhua doesn't have to take responsibility? Hall Master Xue, now that Yuan Weiqing's arm has been crippled, what we should think of now is how to get Yi Tianhua to take out the gold coins and let Yuan Weiqing stand up again. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng nodded. Although he admitted that Zhong Chunren was right, there were too many misunderstandings in this matter. Just like what Yi Tianhua said, if Yuan Weiqing hadn't ambushed Yi Tianhua wouldn't have been able to injure his arm. According to this logic, Yi Tianhua was right because he was retaliating. If he hadn't injured Yuan Weiqing, he would have been injured. Hence, Yi Tianhua was right to retaliate. However, according to Zhong Chunren's logic, Yi Tianhua was wrong again. Firstly, they had to investigate the start of this matter. Zhong Chunren's son had been killed by the snow leopard, but Yi Tianhua didn't resolve this matter. It was because Yi Tianhua didn't resolve this matter that Yuan Weiqing attacked Yi Tianhua out of anger. According to this logic, Yi Tianhua seemed to be in the wrong again because if he had agreed to Zhong Chunren's conditions, Yuan Weiqing wouldn't have attacked him. Therefore, this matter was really difficult to solve because there was a cause and effect for everything that was right and wrong. Everyone had their own reasons, and it was the kind that really made sense. Xue Zhizheng thought for a moment before looking at Zhong Chunren and saying slowly, Zhong Chunren, the biggest problem is to let Yuan Weiqing stand up again. Xue Zhizheng paused for a moment before continuing without waiting for Zhong Chunren's reply. Zhong Chunren, this is what I think. We can find the best doctor to treat Yuan Weiqing and let him be the protector of the secret Thunder sect in South County. We can take care of him in many places. As for the plan to make him stand up again, the cost is too high. Do you think we can put it on hold? What's wrong with letting Yuan Weiqing live like an ordinary person? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren couldn't help but frown. He coldly said, Hall Master Xue, I just said that Yuan Weiqing suffered such a serious injury because of me. Can I just ignore him? Hall Master Xue, Yi Tianhua must take care of this matter. We must also let Yuan Weiqing stand up again. Only then can we be worthy of Yuan Weiqing. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng shook his head with a wry smile. Zhong Chunren, I know you have good intentions, but to let Yuan Weiqing stand up again, it will cost too much gold coins. Even our secret Thunder sect might not be able to bear it, let alone Yi Tianhua. Zhong Chunren shook his head. Hall Master Shui, we can't interfere in this matter. Since Yi Tianhua injured Yuan Weiqing, he has to take responsibility. Otherwise, we won't let him go. Zhong Chunren paused and turned to look at Shui Zhijing before continuing. Hall Master Shui, don't tell me you want to help Yi Tianhua? Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhijing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. Zhong Chunren, how can you say that? Yuan Weiqing is the protector of the secret Thunder sect in the South region. I will naturally side with him. How can I side with Yi Tianhua? Hearing Shui Zhijing's answer, Zhong Chunren nodded and slowly said, Hall Master Shui, now Yi Tianhua is our enemy. We can only deal with Yi Tianhua if we work together. Shui Zhijing frowned when he heard this. Vice Hall Master Zhong, is my suggestion not good? Shui Zhijing paused for a moment, but then he didn't wait for Zhong Chunren to answer him and continued. If Yuan Weiqing was an ordinary person, we wouldn't need this large sum of gold coins. I believe that without this sum of gold coins, the problem between us and Yi Tianhua should be solved smoothly. Isn't that good? Hearing Shui Zhijing's answer, Zhong Chunren shook his head. Yuan Weiqing suffered such a serious injury because of me. Hall Master Shui, I really can't bear to leave Yuan Weiqing alone. Shui Zhijing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, this isn't a matter of whether you can bear it or not. It's just that if we want Yuan Weiqing to stand up again, it will cost too much. We really can't afford it. Zhong Chunren smiled coldly and shook his head. Hall Master Shui, why should we bear it ourselves? Yuan Weiqing was injured by Yi Tianhua, so he should be responsible. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhijing sighed. Vice Hall Master Zhong, now that Yi Tianhua is willing to take out 3 million gold coins, it should be his limit. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to take out more gold coins. Zhong Chunren turned to look at Shui Zhijing and said in a low voice, Hall Master Shui, do you think that with the three of us, we won't be able to subdue Yi Tianhua? Hearing Zhong Chunren's question, Shui Zhijing shook his head. Vice Hall Master Zhong, that's hard to say. Although we have the Thunderbolt pill, Yi Tianhua's martial arts are too strong. I'm afraid that the Thunderbolt pill alone won't be enough. Shui Zhijing paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Zhong Chunren to reply. Vice Hall Master Zhong, if we can't subdue Yi Tianhua, then with Yi Tianhua's martial arts, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and shook his head. Hall Master Shui, that's impossible. No matter how strong Yi Tianhua's martial arts are, with the three of us working together, he won't be able to escape our tight encirclement. Shui Zhijing sighed. So what? Even if we injure Yi Tianhua, if Yi Tianhua doesn't agree to our terms, then not only will we not be able to get what we want, we'll even cause a fight between the two blocks. When that happens, our gains won't make up for our losses. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren laughed coldly. Hall Master Shui, as long as we capture Yi Tianhua, I don't believe that he won't agree to our terms. Hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Shui Zhijing was shocked. He asked in a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Zhong, are you planning to use your methods on Yi Tianhua? Zhong Chunren laughed coldly and nodded. That's right. I don't believe that Yi Tianhua won't agree to our terms under our methods. Hearing these words, Shui Zhijing's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He quickly said, no, we definitely can't do that. At this point, Shui Zhijing paused for a moment and panted nervously. However, he did not wait for Zhong Chunren to answer his question and continued to speak. If we really want to use our methods on Yi Tianhua, then no matter what the outcome is, I'm afraid that a fight between our two factions will be unavoidable. This definitely can't happen, it's too dangerous. Hearing Shui Zhijing's words, Zhong Chunren sighed and said slowly, Hall Master Shui, if we don't do this, do you think that we have any other methods? Shui Zhijing collected his thoughts and frowned as he thought for a moment. He slowly said, in my opinion, we definitely can't carry out Yuan Weiqing's plan to get back on his feet. Otherwise, the cost will be too great and we won't be able to afford it. If we let Yi Tianhua take this sum of money, I'm sure that he won't be willing. In that case, I think we should forget about Yuan Weiqing's matter. No matter what, he was the one who attacked Yi Tianhua first, and Yi Tianhua was forced to counterattack. In the end, This matter really doesn't belong to Yi Tianhua. If we continue to force this matter, it won't be good for the reputation of our Tanlei sect in the South County. I think this matter should end here. No. As soon as Xue Zhizheng finished speaking, Zhong Chunren exclaimed, Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing is a member of our Tanlei sect in the South County. Now, Yuan Weiqing has been injured, but we don't seek justice for him. If this matter spreads, I'm afraid that our Tanlei sect in the South County will lose even more face, right? Xue Zhizheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Vice Hall Master Zhong, as long as we take good care of Yuan Weiqing, we won't let him down. There are so many people in this world who are injured, but there is only one one-armed Saber King. Why should we let Yuan Weiqing become the second one-armed Saber King? There are so many people who have become ordinary people because of injuries. Even if Yuan Weiqing becomes an ordinary person, with us taking care of him, he will definitely not be wronged. I think even if Yuan Weiqing can't become the second one-armed Saber King, it shouldn't matter, right? After hearing Xue Zhizheng's words, Zhong Chunren sighed again. Hall Master Xue, even if we think so, do you think Yuan Weiqing will agree? Speaking of this, Zhong Chunren paused for a moment, but then he continued without waiting for Xue Zhizheng to answer him. Hall Master Xue, Yuan Weiqing is a martial arts master. Now that he has become an ordinary person from a martial arts master, do you think he can accept this change? Xue Zhizheng sighed and said slowly, even if he can't accept it, what can we do? If we want him to stand up again, we will have to spend too many gold coins. I think he should also understand this point. Zhong Chunren suddenly sneered, Hall Master Xue, since you say so, then you can go and talk to Yuan Weiqing. See if he will agree to your conditions. After hearing Zhong Chunren's words, Xue Zhizheng was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and turned to walk towards Yuan Weiqing. Seeing Xue Zhizheng walking over, Yuan Weiqing was puzzled. When Xue Zhizheng came in front of him, he hurriedly asked in a low voice. Hall Master Xue, when do we start? Start? Hearing Yuan Weiqing's question, Xue Zhizheng was stunned. He quickly reacted and shook his head. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said. Yuan Weiqing, about starting, don't be in a hurry. I have some other things to discuss with you. Let's see if you are willing to do so. Hearing Xue Zhizheng's question, Yuan Weiqing hurriedly nodded and said in a low voice, Hall Master Xue, if you have something to say, just say it. I am listening. Xue Zhizheng glanced at Yuan Weiqing's injured arm, sighed in his heart, and said slowly. Yuan Weiqing, now that your arm is injured, it is impossible for you to recover your martial arts. In the future, the Secret Thunder sect in the South region can take care of your daily life and will not let you suffer any grievances. Moreover, you can also be the protector of the Secret Thunder sect in the South region and manage some of the sect's affairs. Yuan Weiqing, what do you think? Yuan Weiqing looked at Xue Zhizheng with some confusion and nodded. Hall Master Xue, I am very happy and grateful that you can say so. Speaking of this, Yuan Weiqing's tone paused for a moment before he continued, when I stand up again, I will definitely repay you well. Hearing Yuan Weiqing's last words, Xue Zhizheng was stunned. For a moment, the words that he wanted to say could not be said. Yuan Weiqing saw that Xue Zhizheng did not speak and only stared at him blankly. Yuan Weiqing was confused and hurriedly asked, Hall Master Xue, what's wrong? After hearing Yuan Weiqing's words, Xue Zhizheng was awakened from his chaotic thoughts. He hurriedly shook his head and said with a bitter smile, I'm fine. Speaking of this, Xue Zhizheng's tone paused for a moment, but then, without waiting for Yuan Weiqing to reply, he sighed and continued. Yuan Weiqing, what I mean is that the plan for you to stand up again will be very difficult to carry out. You also saw that Yi Tianhua will not agree to our conditions, but to help you stand up again, we will need at least 4 to 5 million gold coins. How can we take out so much gold coins? Yuan Weiqing, Yi Tianhua agreed to compensate you with 3 million gold coins. Even if you give it all to yourself, I am afraid that this plan will not be completed. Moreover, you also know that Vice Hall Master Zhong's son was killed by the snow leopard. Now that Yi Tianhua has compensated him with 3 million gold coins, how can he give it all to you? No matter what, he has to give Vice Hall Master Zhong a large portion of it. In this way, there will not be much gold coins left from Yi Tianhua's compensation. And with the remaining gold coins, it is almost impossible to complete the plan for you to stand up again. Unless our secret thunder sect in the South County takes out so many gold coins for you to stand up again. However, Yuan Weiqing, you are the protector of the secret thunder sect in the South County. Naturally, you know that there are too many places in the sect to spend money. If we want to gather so many gold coins, I am afraid that it will be a great loss. If we give you all the gold coins, it will be unfair to the rest of the sect. There will definitely be people gossiping. At that time, what should we do? But if we don't use the gold coins in the sect, it is impossible for us to have so many gold coins by ourselves. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,